Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm going to call the January 29th, 2026 City Council meeting to order at 9:12 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Council President Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Council Vice President Esparza.
Present.
With 7 members being present, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. Next is invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The pledge will be led by Councilmember Richardson. The invocation is by Pastor Edward Durrell Thomas with Impact Church. Pastor, please come forward, and if you all please stand.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for the honor to be here. Thank you for Councilmember Perea for the invitation. If you all can bow your heads with me. Father God, we thank you. We thank you for life. We thank you for this moment. We thank you for this privilege of leadership that you have entrusted us. Today we acknowledge you in this room, in this city, in this nation, navigating uncertainty, division, and deep need. We lift before you every leader present, our mayor, our city council, our staff, and all that serve the public good. We thank you for those willing to lead, even when the challenges are complex and when the expectations are high. God, we recognize that these are heavy times. The people feel it. Our city feels it. Our community feels it. Our nation feels it. These are moments when injustice is loud and the pain is undeniable, and people are asking, when will leadership show up? In these moments, let us be reminded that silence is a decision, not peace, but permission. God, you are love, and love does not withdraw when it is inconvenient. Love steps up when systems are broken, when innocent people are hurting, and when dignity must be defended. So let us never speak of love without first being willing to demonstrate it. Your word calls for us to learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, and care for those who are vulnerable. As leaders, let us embody this. So today, grant us wisdom that is steady, courage that is principled, and discernment that leads us towards what is right, even when it is not easy. Teach us to lead beyond party lines, beyond personal preference, and beyond fear. Though we come from different perspectives, beliefs, remind us that we serve one city, one community made up of real people and real lives. So let us rise in this room, not in uniformity, but in unity. The kind of love that listens, collaborates, and acts with integrity. May our leadership be marked with compassion over convenience, justice over indifference, and people over politics. Cover every decision with wisdom, every conversation with respect, and cover every leader in this room with grace. Let us be reminded that the measure of our leadership will not be only what we debated, but who we protected and how we served. God, we thank you for this city. We thank you for this responsibility that you have given us. And we thank you for this moment. In Jesus' name we pray. Everybody say amen. Amen. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Fresno. If you're able, please remain standing. Remove the head coverings, face your left, my right. Place your right hand over your heart. Turn for military or present the military salute. And salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor, and thank you so much, Council Member. Okay, we're going to now move on to approval of the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
There are, thank you. For changes to the agenda, first we'd like to take a moment to announce our interpreters that are available Here in person, we do have Spanish interpreters available. Virtually, we also have Hmong interpreters as well as American Sign Language. I'd also like to announce the use of our new Wordly digital interpreting service. In order to access those services, there are QR codes that you can access here at the front of the City Council where the public comment cards are. They're also listed in the foyer if you'd like to scan them, and for those not present, they are available on the Fresno City website. You can scan the QR and be linked to that. On there is going to be Spanish and Punjabi interpreters available. As for changes to the agenda, there is a separately noticed special meeting today for a closed session item A, file ID 26-135, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, government code section 54956.9, subdivision D, sub 4, one potential case. This item is to be heard at 11 a.m. or later. There is an additional ceremonial presentation. The proclamation of Cervical Health Awareness Month, sponsored by Councilmember Perea, will be presented. 2C, ID 26-13, regarding resolution adopting the 590th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule Resolution number 80-420. On the second page of the 590th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule Resolution, which is a signature page, the year is incorrectly listed as 2025. It should be corrected to read 2026. As to item 2L, ID 26-126, regarding resolution directing the city manager to bring before this council proposed amendments to certain ordinances, Councilmember Vang has been added as a co-sponsor. Additionally, this item has been moved under section 4 of the agenda, City Council, to become item 4B. Items removed from the agenda. Items have been moved to the contested calendar for further discussion. Item 2C, ID 26-13, regarding resolution adopting the 590th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule Resolution number 80-420, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2I, ID 26-83, regarding cancellation of the construction contract between the City of Fresno and Avison Construction, was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Additionally, a change with regard to item 4A has been made, and that will be adding Councilmember Nick Richardson to that committee. This will also be made by motion. No further changes.
There's one more change. Regarding 2L, was that announced? I may have missed that. Yep.
Yes, I made the announcement that it would be moved to section 4.
Okay, so that's fine. Members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with District 1.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to pull 2H to contested consent.
Okay,
There's still a lot of misinformation out there, so I just want to clear up some
Great.
things on record. Thank you.
you got it. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias? Okay. Councilmember Maxwell? No, President. Okay. Councilmember Vang?
None.
Council Vice President? None. Councilmember Richardson? None. Okay. There being none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Okay. Moved by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Okay. The motion to approve the agenda passes 7-0. Next, we're going to move on to our only ceremonial presentation of the day. This is sponsored by Councilmember Perea, and it is Cervical Health Awareness Month. Councilmember, you have the floor.
All right, good morning. I'm going to invite Stephanie up here from the National Cervical Cancer Coalition. Good morning, Stephanie. This was one we did throw on last minute, but when I found out that it was Awareness Month, we wanted to make sure that we raised awareness. Just the other day, I stood at a press conference with Covered California to encourage those who do not have health coverage to sign up to receive affordable health coverage. But unfortunately, all too often, even access alone is not enough if people don't take advantage of healthcare options. And beyond that, women, especially working women, mothers, they tend to put themselves last, especially when it comes to health issues. And so with cervical cancer, it is a very preventable type of cancer as long as it's treated and detected early. And I'll tell you that I found out recently that one of our own here at the city of Fresno recently lost her mother to cervical cancer. And so while that's heartbreaking, I think it's just a great reminder to go get tested. Whether you're a woman yourself, a mother, a daughter, we all, for the most part, have a family member that we know that possibly has not got tested in a while. So please, please, please go get tested. This is preventable with early detection. Stephanie, I do want to give you the mic just to give a little bit more information about the work that you do.
Let me start off by saying thank you so much for this proclamation and for taking the time to recognize the importance of cervical cancer awareness. This means more than I can put into words. Cervical cancer is largely preventable, yet it still affects so many lives, and recognition like this helps keep the conversation going. I'm grateful for the support, the advocacy, and the commitment to education, prevention, and early detection. Thank you for standing with those affected and for helping bring awareness to an issue that truly saves lives.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there anyone else you wanted to bring up?
I didn't really have anything prepared because it was last minute, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
If anybody has any questions, you can go on to the National Cervical Cancer Coalition website. I'm also on Facebook. It is the NCCC Fresno County, California page.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, for allowing us to add this on last minute. But so today, Stephanie, we are declaring January 2026 to be Cervical Health Awareness Month in the city of Fresno. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you so much.
City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Yes, thank you. Whereas Cervical Health Awareness Month is observed each January to raise awareness about cervical cancer, promote prevention through regular screenings and HPV vaccination, and encourage early detection, which can save lives. And whereas cervical cancer is one of the most preventable and treatable cancers, yet each year approximately 1,485 new cases of cervical cancer are diagnosed in California, underscoring the continued need for education and access to preventative care. And whereas Fresno County accounts for an estimated 38 new cervical cancer cases annually, highlighting the local impact of this disease and the importance of targeted community awareness and prevention efforts. And whereas nearly all cases of cervical cancer are preventable through routine cervical cancer screening, including Pap tests and HPV testing beginning at age 21, along with timely follow-up care where abnormalities are detected. And whereas the National Cervical Cancer Coalition Fresno chapter provides vital education, advocacy, and support to individuals and families impacted by cervical cancer and HPV while working to reduce health disparities and increase access to screening and vaccination in our community. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that improving cervical health outcomes requires continued public education, accessible healthcare services, and community partnerships that empower residents to prioritize preventative care and regular checkups. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council members encourage all residents to learn about cervical cancer prevention, get screened as recommended, and stand in solidarity with those affected by cervical cancer, and do hereby proclaim the month of January 2026 to be Cervical Health Awareness Month.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Perea, and for all those in attendance for this important proclamation. Next, we're going to move on to Councilmember reports and comments, and we'll start with Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of updates for the district. Thank you for the patience of the Southwest residents as we complete the reconstruction of the roadway on MLK, Church, Juana, and Jensen. It does include a huge reconstruction and relocation of underlying water mains by the County of Fresno, so it will be about a month of road closures and reroutes. I ask folks to slow down to ensure the safety of our employees who are doing the work. Thank you again to the residents of Southwest for the community meeting that we had related to the Cesar Chavez Boulevard intersection improvements that have been funded and are in the design development phase. And congratulations to United Health Centers for opening up an additional clinic in Fresno. And lastly, Council President, I want to just point out a couple of things that have been the forefront of the nation and the city recently. One, City Manager, I'd like a public memo and a response from our police chief. There's been some comments by the mayor in the last couple of days around not enforcing state laws related to officers and law enforcement not being masked or unmasked. So that's generated concerns and inquiries from my constituents wanting clarification on whether the city is not going to enforce that state law only as it relates to law enforcement and federal ICE agents in our city, or if it's going to extend to the extent of if an ICE agent commits murder, as they have in Minnesota, will the police department not conduct an arrest and enforce that crime as well, or are we just limiting this non-enforcement to the mask rule of the state law? So if you could just get some clarification for us. I'm sure the mayor's comments were not fully involving, something as significant as somebody being shot and killed openly in the streets, but I just want the police department to provide a clarifying statement on how they would deal with a similar situation as we've seen occur in Minnesota. And then I also want to add, there's been a lot of public response to what occurred in Minnesota with the murder of Alex. But I think it's important for the public to understand that just last year, 32 individuals lost their lives while in custody of ICE. In this year alone, we're up to 8 individuals who have lost their lives while in custody of ICE or while being apprehended by ICE. And I think it's important for us to call out their names. This year, Luis Gustavo Nunes, a 42-year-old immigrant from Honduras, died while in custody in Texas. Gerardo Lunas Campos died while in custody in Texas. He was a Cuban immigrant. Victor Manuel Diaz died while in custody of ICE in El Paso, Texas. He was from Nicaragua. Ferdi La died while in custody at the hospital in Philadelphia. They were an immigrant from Cambodia. Renee Nicole Good was fatally shot in the face by federal ICE agents in Minneapolis. She was from Kansas City. Luis Bertrand Yanes Cruz was an immigrant from Honduras. He died at the Memorial Hospital in Indio, California, while in custody of ICE. Herbert Sanchez Dominguez was an immigrant from Mexico. He died at the detention center in Georgia, while in custody of ICE. Alex Preddy, an intensive care nurse for the Veterans Affairs Hospital, was shot and killed while he was protecting an innocent bystander by ICE officers. I think it's important for us to call out that these killings and deaths have been occurring for a while. It's for the first time and recently been made public because they're now occurring in our streets. And that's why it's critically important that our police department be crystal clear on whether they intend to enforce the laws that are in effect in our state on everyone, whether you're a citizen, non-citizen, a local law enforcement officer, a state law enforcement officer, or a federal law enforcement officer. The rule of law applies to everyone, and we should not simply allow federal law enforcement officers who are clearly untrained, who are clearly operating beyond their authority, to simply be granted a sweeping immunity by having somebody suggest, and I give a lot of credit to our mayor. He's taken a lot of heat from the right and from the left, and he's demonstrated to be a mayor for everyone in our city, But in this environment, people need to know whether our police department is going to conduct arrest if an ICE officer openly shoots and kills an innocent citizen or resident of our city. And I would hope that we clarify that over the next couple of days. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Next, Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karabasi. Just a few reports to give to the constituents in District 5. My office joined the school area team at Ainsworth Elementary last Thursday. I want to thank the school area team for the important work that you continue to do connecting families with resources. In particular, thank you to the principal and vice principal at Ainsworth Elementary, Vang and Hughes, respectively, for welcoming us that Thursday. I also attended the 19th Annual Boys and Girls Club of Fresno County Youth of the Year celebration a few nights ago. And congratulations to all the students who share their inspiring stories. And truly, they were inspiring. And thank you to the Boys and Girls Club for your continuing work to support our youth in the city of Fresno. And I look forward to next year's Youth of the Year celebration as well. I joined Mega Texas Barbecue to celebrate the 50th birthday of the owner, Anthony, a few days ago. It was my first time, and it will not be my last time there. And I encourage everyone to support our amazing local business in District 5. Mega Texas Barbecue is located at the corner of Butler and Orange Avenue. And I believe they open around 11 o'clock, and the line is out the door literally before they open. So I encourage you, if you are in that part of town, stop by Mega Texas Barbecue. I was honored to attend the groundbreaking for the Bo H. Page Center at the Jensen Landing development. This is a major step in bringing medical, social, and wellness services to the seniors in Southeast Fresno. And the groundbreaking ceremony was at the corner of Jensen and Maple Avenue. Again, it is an investment in District 5, but not only in District 5, but in the Kawa area. So I am appreciative of Jensen Landing Development picking that area to bring their services to the west part of District 5. I want to thank Public Works Department for being proactive and working closely with my office and a local business impacted by construction on Butler Avenue. The Public Works Department was able to adjust street signage to help ensure customers know that they can still drive through this construction area and access the businesses along this construction area. And I appreciate the responsiveness. And I want to remind residents that El Parian is one of those businesses. They are still open. So please continue to stop by and to support them. And again, this is at the corner of Butler and 8th Street. And finally, tomorrow I will be attending a press conference that's tomorrow, 9 a.m. at La Kitchen at the southeast corner of Fowler and Kings Canyon Avenue to launch the Southeast Asian Business Study. This is an important effort to better understanding and uplifting the contributions of Southeast business owners in Fresno County. Again, it will be less than 24 hours from now at 9:30 at the corner of Fowler and Kings Canyon. And if you have time, please stop by. And there's donuts next door too, donuts and coffee. And La Kitchen will probably feed us as well. So that's all I have for today. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you. Okay, next is Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Speaking of good barbecue, we also have a good barbecue place that just opened up in District 4. If anybody has ever heard of Horn Barbecue, they've operated in the Bay Area for years, but the owner and chef, Matt Horn, is a native of Fresno, was born and raised in Southwest Fresno. He learned to cook barbecue in his grandma's backyard off of Kearney Boulevard, went to the Bay Area, perfected his skill, Michelin rated 5 years in a row. That's never happened for a barbecue place before. They just opened up in Fresno last week at Granite Park off of Cedar and Ashland. Unfortunately, I've been a vegetarian for 10 years, so I wasn't able to eat any of the ribs, but the sides were excellent. But if you like barbecue, I encourage you to go support another local business here in the city of Fresno. My office and I have been trying to get more involved with the youth of our city. I think we recognize that while we make a lot of investments into things like homelessness and public safety, these issues are not going to get fixed by making investments on the back end alone, that we got to make investments in the front end and help break these young people out of these vicious cycles. And so last week, Mayor Dyer and I held a press conference to announce the Youth Sports Scholarship Program. This is going to be a $50,000 pilot program to get more children across Fresno involved in sports, regardless of their economic background. This is targeted to children who come from families who are on SNAP or welfare, PG&E assistance. This will make them eligible to receive grant funding from the city of Fresno to pay for things like signing up to play for a league, to get a jersey, to get a ball, anything that they need to get involved in a youth sport. We're trying to bridge those gaps and get more young people active in after-school programs. We have an open application process right now where we are advertising this program. So if you know a nonprofit who would be interested, please have them take a look at our city website to learn more about that. Keeping in tune with that, we did a couple of site visits the past couple weeks. The first one was to CASA. This is located here downtown. If you don't know about CASA, they are an amazing organization that works with foster youth across Fresno County and really serves as an advocate for these children that don't have anybody else in their lives as they go through custody battles and figuring out where they're going to live. It is really difficult for a child. I didn't know this, but when I met their new executive director, Krista Sharp, who's an amazing individual, she told me that I don't know if it was over half, but she said the plurality of folks experiencing homelessness come from the foster youth system, which, to be frank, I didn't know that. And so they are desperately needing more advocates at CASA. They will take anybody regardless whether you're 21 or 81. They need somebody that can be a mentor to these youth looking for somebody that sees the dignity in them and is willing to give them a second chance. So if anybody's interested, please sign up at casa.org to learn a little bit more. We also went out to Focus Forward ribbon cutting. This is a District 4 nonprofit. They are doing amazing work. Their executive director, Joanna Lichtenberg, and her organization were located by the airport previously, and they just doubled their footprint. They moved off of Shaw Avenue near Fresno State. They are involved with helping recently incarcerated youth get jobs. They have a station where they can remove tattoos free of cost. They will help you build a resume. They will help you find a job. They will help you get clothes. They will help you get social services, mental health services, whatever that young person needs to reintegrate into society. They are there for them. It is incredibly difficult, just like foster youth, when you come out of the juvenile justice system to become acclimated, because you're put at a disadvantage when you come out of that system, even if you are looking at bettering yourself and looking for a second chance. Focus Forward, an amazing nonprofit. Yesterday, we also had lunch with Innovative Minds. Their CEO, Gina Vu, has an incredible team where they help children ages 2 to 12 with autism get the appropriate care that they need, which can be difficult, not just in Fresno, but the surrounding rural communities across Fresno as well. There's not always a lot of resources for young people or their parents when they are on the spectrum. And so they have a great program where they watch kids from the morning to the afternoon when the parents get off work, provide them with structured activities and lessons, pair them with other kids to build those social skills. And again, they are called Innovative Minds. I believe this is in Councilmember Richardson's district, but they really are doing amazing work. And then lastly, earlier this week, I had the pleasure of hosting Poetry Out Loud here in the council chambers. These are kids from across Fresno County who have a lot more guts than I do. These are all kids who are interested in poetry, and they gathered from across Fresno County right here in these chambers to recite poetry live in front of a huge audience. And the winner of that is going on to recite their poem in front of the Assembly Chamber up in Sacramento. And the winner of that will be going to Washington, D.C. to recite their poem in front of the Capitol building. So for those that don't know, Fresno really is a cultural hub when it comes to poetry. We have the California Poet Laureate Lee Herrick is here from Fresno, California. Former U.S. Poet Laureate Juan Felipe Herrera is here from Fresno, California as well. So we have some amazing poets here in the city of Fresno, and it was just really inspirational to watch so many of these kids get involved at poetry at such a young age. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Council President.
Of course, thank you so much. A lot of great updates. And next, we have Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, Gina Vu and Innovative Minds, great stuff. Thanks for giving them the shout out. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day up in District 6. A couple of things I'd like to shout out. Thank you to our neighbors at Avalon Commons who hosted us last night for a community meeting. I want to say congratulations to my upstairs neighbor. We call him Double Barrel Daryl, but that's not his real name. Daryl has been an employee of the Transportation Department, bus driver, for like 87 years, I think. He got an award for Employee of the Quarter for the Transportation Department, and we are just so proud of him. He's our special boy, and he's our neighbor, and way to go, Daryl. About time you get some well-deserved recognition. Congratulations to David Taub for the new haircut. It looks fantastic. I want to point out the Mug is a coffee cafe in District 6. So if you're not familiar, we've got Champlain and Perrin, 2 roads across each other. Very cool intersection. A lot of great stuff there. The Mug needs some love. So think about it. When you're thinking about buying some coffee, if you live anywhere up in the northern part of the city, you have a choice between corporate giant Starbucks or like a little mom and pop shop. I would encourage you to go stop by the Mug. Their food's great. Their coffee is even better. The company is great. There's this group of like 8 or 9 old retired guys who meets there every single morning at 6 a.m. and they're just phenomenal. I mean, it's a great place to be. They could really use the love. Think about it next time you're out for coffee. Right next door, they have Mama Iguanas, which used to be a different Mexican restaurant, initials BS, but the owner there, the lady, is responsible for the famous salsa that you can find at the grocery store. It is outstanding. It's family run. They are great. If you're looking for any Mexican food or a little stop at a cafe, I would encourage you to support those small mom and pop businesses respectfully. Next thing, anybody got a phone on you here today? Brought your phones, I'd imagine. Security didn't swipe them. Okay, pull your phone out real quick. If you don't mind, oblige me. Open up your app store. I want you to do me a favor because we've got some residents who just need a reminder of this. If you got your phone, pull it out, pull out your app store. I want you to type in Frez like you're typing in Fresno, but Fresgo. Please download the Fresgo app. Communication is huge in this job. We try to do our best to like represent you and get things done that are needed in your part of the city, but we can't serve you best unless we know specifically what your concern is. And Fresgo is a phenomenal resource to be able to reach out if it's leaking water or a stray dog or a bunch of trash or a crack in the road or whatever it is. Please use that Fresgo app or call 621-CITY. Let us know what you need. You can send emails and all kinds of stuff, and that's awesome, but this is way quicker. Like, join us in the 21st century. It is a phenomenal tool. Please use that. Thanks to Chandler, all the folks out there at Chandler Airport who had me, and we just got to sit and talk airplanes and runways and exciting new plans for the future that we'd like to see. And the last thing I want to talk about is animal funding. So I've gotten like probably 35 emails over the last couple weeks saying, hey, give $100,000 to spay dogs and cats. Hey, you're not putting enough money towards dogs and cats. We need money because we have stray animals out there. I got it. I see them. We went out and did the pit count, the point in time count, where we go physically count and issue services to every single chronically homeless person in the city. And it's late at night, and it's cold, and it's uncomfortable, and it's inconvenient, and it doesn't pay, and it is awesome. People are out there driven by nothing but passion and caffeine, and it's an environment that if you haven't seen it yet, go check it out. However, during that, we saw a lot of stray animals. So I understand. They are out there. I see pictures on Ring and Nextdoor all the time. We are working on it. My office is working specifically, if you don't know, like veterans services are really big for us. So we're working to get shelter animals trained and adopted so they can go live with veterans who need emotional support animals or service animals or whatever. Get them gainfully employed, clear out more room in the shelters. We're working on that. We're working on nonprofits. We're working with charities, giving them money. If you have something specific that you are concerned about, okay, keep emailing us. Fine, write me a letter, carrier pigeon, whatever you like. But reach out to the individuals or the entities who specifically do the thing that you are concerned with, because they, if they are not the issue or kind of holding up the money, they are your key to getting that to happen. Right? Look at all the contracts we have with whether it's the animal center or this bus or that shelter or this train, whatever it is. Please reach out to them. If you need to know who to talk to, you can ask us. We're more than happy to do it, but know that we're working on it. Mention the haircut. I think it's the last thing I had. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much. Council Vice President.
Yeah, thanks, Council Presidents. This past weekend I had the privilege of joining community members over at the Betty Rodriguez Library to read Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. It was the first time we'd done anything like this. It was nice to add kind of a new event to the slate of events that we tend to have to celebrate the life of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. It was a powerful and meaningful moment of reflection, especially shared in a space dedicated to learning. So I hope this inaugural event continues in the years to come as we honor Dr. King's legacy. Coming up next week in District 7, very excited to share that D7's beloved El Premio Mayor taco shop will host a ribbon cutting for its newest location on Tuesday, February 3rd. So El Premio has become a staple in District 7, with both locations being located in the district, and it's always wonderful to see a local business grow and thrive and expand. So congratulations to them on their new location at the corner of First and McKinley, and specifically it would be the southeast corner of First and McKinley. And Council President, I'll keep it short. I'm in agreement with a lot of what's been said. Love Mega Texas. It's not a D7 business, but they used to be D7 business. That's where they originated for years, over at McKinley and Fresno Street. And to Council Member Richardson's point, buy local. Buy as local as possible, whether it's a restaurant, coffee, or whatever. So, thank you.
We could always gerrymander it back into District 7. Okay. Thank you so much, Council Vice President. I do want to also agree with you. I really appreciate all the public and the folks that came out to the Martin Luther King Jr. Day events, and also the organizers that put all the time. I mean, there are months of preparations that go into that work. I know several of the council, including myself, sponsored financially those efforts. I want to thank you all for stepping up and doing that. Don't want to get too involved in national politics, but I want to say it is a very crazy and scary time. And no matter where you are on the political spectrum, I think what we need more than anything is to actually learn from our history and learn from the words and the life and the sacrifice of Dr. King, who died at the very young age of 39, so we can be a better country. And I think we have a long way to go before we actually get to the promised land. So, I'm pretty sure the city manager will cover this. I do want to just briefly say we had a wonderful Employee of the Quarter ceremony. We had a lot of great employees that were honored. I'm going to talk about one of them in a moment. I do want to say we are so proud in our city of everyone from every department, whether you are a bus driver, whether you work in the landscape division, or you're fixing potholes, which we love that too, or you work in the planning department or in code enforcement. Everyone matters. And as much as we tout our accomplishments, the only reason why we have those accomplishments is because of our dedicated public employees in this city, and we are very much about customer service. They're the ones that make us look good. And I want to be very clear that our labor partners, they have a tremendous amount of respect from this council. Speaking of great employees, one of our employees from the landscape division was honored, and right now, or next week, they're going to be doing a lot of work in Northwest Fresno. Do want to thank Scott Mosier and Brian Russell and your team, Director, with Public Works, for meeting with us. Major corridor improvements and irrigation installations and tree planting along Herndon to complete that work. It's going to finally look like the way it used to look. People have wanted us to invest more dollars, and we've saved, and now we're able to do that. And then, of course, when it comes to infrastructure, when I was first elected to my first full term back in 2020, I did talk to folks about the importance of safety around our schools, and Star Elementary at West and Sierra actually did receive a left turn phasing arrow so that people can safely make a left turn without worrying about oncoming traffic and having that dedicated green light. It leads to so much more safety. And, I was grateful to be resoundingly, overwhelmingly reelected to my last term on the council. I think it was about 72%. And I want folks to know that at the Sierra and Fruit intersection, we're already under design. I promised we're going to complete that work, and we're going to get that done. And also, regarding school safety, we are also in design for, and I believe this is number one on the city's list in terms of points of needing to actually have left turn phasing by Faulkner and Bullard by Malik Elementary. We're going to be doing the studies starting right now. I'm committed to getting funding for that. And also, I believe, and this is kind of borders our districts, but Sierra and Blackstone, that's pretty far along in terms of getting left turn phasing out there. And again, it just makes it possible for people to make left turns and not worry about oncoming traffic. Also, sidewalks by Malik on Bullard, that's also in process using some pave now, pay later funding. I think that's going to be heavily used for folks trying to get to a grocery store or trying to get to the school or the Posadero Park. Very excited about that, and I want to thank our professional staff for all their hard work and our engineers for making that possible. And thank the cooperation of the administration as we make those projects come to fruition. Thank you, City Manager. And then the last thing I do want to say is there is another app. I actually got to meet with Director Paul Amico yesterday, and there is an Eye on Water app, which is terrific. If you're worried about potentially having a water leak and you are a City of Fresno utility customer, the really great thing is that app will actually, we cooperate with that app, so you'll be able to see your daily use of water and monitor anything. And if there's a leak, you'll probably find out from an alert. So Eye on Water is another great app, but definitely Councilmember Richardson's right, you got to get Fresno. So that's my report. Thank you so much to the council. Again, I'm honored and humbled to be council president for a second term, and I look forward to working with council vice president Esparza moving forward in this year. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the city manager.
Thank you, Council President. I do have a few things this morning. First of all, we had a fire last night, as many of you probably saw in the news, at the Carl's Jr. at Blackstone and McKinley. As part of the grade separation project, we do have possession of that property. We don't yet have title, but we're going through the court process, but we do have possession. We actually had just opened bids on January 20th for demo of that building. And we're planning to come to council on February 19th to award a contract for demo. It had been broken into a number of times by unhoused individuals. We had been very diligent in getting the building boarded back up. But just as other businesses in town who have been affected by these types of break-ins, we as a person who had possession have as well. There's been a partnership between the Fresno Fire Department and Fresno Police Department on warming fires. The council has made it very clear on, what they want the policy to be on extinguishing warming fires. And so the teams have been going out in the evenings and making sure that these fires are extinguished, but also making available to get folks to warming centers, the Mission, the POV, who have warming centers that are in operation right now as an alternative to being on the street and having hazardous materials be burned. So I believe we're getting a fence up this morning around that property, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to award the contract with February because now the material is hazardous. So we are working diligently this morning to figure out the next steps to get that site cleaned up. So it's not an eyesore on Blackstone, which is an area that we have put a lot of time and effort into. We do have possession of other properties at that intersection that we are expediting demolition. I directed the staff last night, and we're going to be working with PG&E on a site that we also were getting ready to demo that we have not been able to get them to disconnect the power. So I've got staff providing me the information so that we can work with PG&E to get that disconnection order back on the table so we can get that property demoed. So that was an unfortunate loss. I was on site for a few minutes last night. I wasn't able to stay along because, as you know, I'm sick, and that air was not good for me to be out, and I laughed and told Fire, I hope my husband's not watching me on Life 360 because he'd kill me if he knew that I was out here on the side of a fire after being homesick in bed for a week. That is that. Another really important thing, we got a Trey memo out to you a couple days ago on the League of California Cities Revenue and Taxation Committee. We've talked about this in the past. I know Councilmember Arias testified up, I think 2 years ago on some things that were going on at the state. So the League of California Cities Revenue and Taxation Committee has made a recommendation to modify sales tax for e-commerce transactions. And that would negatively affect the city of Fresno, a loss of $12 to $15 million a year. And we have been fighting this for years. There are, I think the argument that we have taken on environmental burdens of the e-commerce centers, and to have cities come in and reap the benefits is grossly unfair. It also pits cities against one another, which we think is a horrible precedent for the League of California Cities to do. So they have made a recommendation for the board to take up this issue. We did distribute a letter that the mayor sent on January 7th opposing this effort. We will continue to oppose. I signed a letter along with many other city managers who are negatively affected by this proposal. So we will continue to vociferously fight this attempt to alter. And even to accomplish what they're proposing requires several constitutional amendments that would cost tens of millions of dollars that there's no plan or money to pay for. So I'm very disappointed. The effort has been led in the past by the city of Rancho Cucamonga, among others, and it's very, very disappointing that cities would pit each other, be pitted against one another. So we will continue to fight this, and stay tuned. We're going to all need to be engaged on this because if this proceeds, it's going to be an all-team effort to push back on this. One last thing, in response to Councilmember Arias's comments, I did not hear exactly what the mayor said, and so I texted him. He's in Washington, D.C. at the mayor's conference, and this is what his response back to me. He said, our police department will follow state law regarding the wearing of masks. There are exceptions as provided by law. In terms of requiring Fresno PD to arrest agents, that's not fair to our officers, as it will force a confrontation between two armed people. That is the position of the mayors and police chiefs across the nation. Should Fresno PD officers see an agent physically abusing a person, I would expect them to stop that, as they have a duty to intervene, just as they would if they see a fellow officer abusing a person. In terms of arresting an ICE agent, should they shoot someone, the federal supremacy clause would take effect. It would be my hope that Fresno PD would investigate the incident alongside the federal agency. So that is the comment from the mayor in response to Councilmember Arias's comments. And that is all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you so much, City Manager, and we're glad you're back.
Okay, Council President.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the comments on the property over at McKinley and Blackstone. Just kind of keeping track. I know we haven't had a chance to discuss yet, but in terms of expediting abatement, might I suggest, we do have, as we've had our contracting limit, and so maybe something to get it started, and as we move toward the kind of future stages of that project and abatement and demo, bring that to council. But that might be a way to expedite it, given our contracting authority.
Yeah, we might be able to get it done within the under the $177,000 under the health and safety exception. I also am looking for the remaining properties of whatever we can do to expedite under sort of emergency health and safety, because these fires, we had one firefighter that was slightly injured last night. He had some burns to his wrists because it was apparently a very hot fire, and the steam When they were initially inside, the steam pushed back and got bypassed his PPE. So it does create a health and safety hazard to our employees. So we're going to be looking at every opportunity to quickly get any remaining buildings that we have possession of, get them down quickly, even if we have to bypass bid processes under our emergency exceptions that are allowed on the Carl's Jr. We're working on that this morning to see if, and I told our team, even if I have to request a special meeting of the council to get these things done. I hate to say this, but I've been watching the Heart End of Watch reports. My spidey senses were tingling on this Carl's Jr. I was pinging the staff saying, when are we demoing? When are we demoing? I knew this would happen, and but we followed all the process, and I told them if I have to request a special meeting, then I'll do that to not wait until the next council meeting to get these down. But we have some emergency exceptions within certain limits, and we're going to explore those. We're doing that this morning. We need to get these buildings down quickly. I totally agree. And not only our firefighters, but I just don't want an unhoused person being stuck in one of these buildings and being killed as well. So anyway, I understand your concern. I'm also very concerned we're moving quickly. Thank you, Councilor.
Stay on top of that.
Thank you, Council Vice President. We're going to go back to Councilmember Perea for reports.
Thank you, Council President. I had a whole list of updates and reports, but I just want to focus on one. And that is, and I mentioned it earlier, but if anyone out there does not currently have health coverage, Covered California open enrollment is, it ends on the 31st of this month. So just a couple more days left to seek out affordable, accessible healthcare coverage. If you think you do not qualify, double check anyway, because I guarantee you more than likely you probably do qualify. Thank you, Council President. That's it.
No, that's a very important announcement. I myself have had covered California in the past, and it was a godsend. So please do take that opportunity and sign up if you need health insurance. Okay, so we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. That's going to be the consent calendar. So do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And as a reminder to the public, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Okay. Not seeing any. We're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items, including closed session items in the special meeting notice. Actually, I take that back. We can't do that right now, correct? Because it's early.
That's correct, 11.
Yeah, we'll come back to that item. We'll treat it like a separate meeting.
Council President, did have an item I'd like to move to contested.
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry.
It's 2 Echo.
2 Echo. Okay, we can note of that. So 2E is an echo for Councilmember Richardson. Just one moment. Okay, one more request. Any other council members wishing to pull any items to contested consent? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. So as a reminder, we have 2C as in Charlie, 2E as in Echo, 2H as in Hat, 2I as in Igloo, and I'm sorry, 2I has been moved to 4B, and that's all we have for contested consent. Is that correct?
I have 2L moved to 4B, 2I
I'm sorry.
uncontested.
Looks like an L, I'm sorry. 2I contested, 2L to 4B. Thank you. Okay, great. So again, going back to the public, we're going to take public comment on any consent, including contested consent, as well as closed session items. I do have a lot of cards from folks that have come in, and thank you for being patient for unscheduled communication. We will get to you at a later point during the meeting. We hear those comments separately. So on anything agendized, would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent or closed session? If so, each speaker will have 3 minutes. I do have some cards. I do have one card for Jose Leon Barraza, if you want to come forward, sir. And please identify the items you're speaking on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of the council, President Carbasi. First of all, I want to point out that I'm very pleased to see that your council is allocating funds for a facade improvement program in the city of Fresno. That is wonderful. District 4, District 1 is getting a lot of money, and that's very nice. What I don't like is that District 5 is not getting any money. And I believe that the needs of District 5 are very important. And what I don't like is that I'm sensing a pattern of excluding the allocation of money for District 5, especially now that Ventura Keys Canyon Corridor was named Cesar Chavez Boulevard. We see a lot of opportunities. There's a specific plan that's coming to your council, I believe, next month, where there'll be a lot of exciting opportunities that require funding. But if no funding is provided to District 5, good things are not going to happen. And because of that, we feel it's very important. And by the way, I noticed that the total allocation is $1.4 million that's going to District 1 and District 4. Obviously, those council members do their job, and I commend them for doing that. But I really believe that, Councilmember Vang, I hope that we can get more resources for District 5, because this is not fair, this is not equity, that all the funds are going to other places and not to District 5. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Aaron Hightower. You'll have 3 minutes, sir, and please identify the item you're speaking on.
Hi, my name is Aaron. I wanted to speak on 2H, and good morning, council members and fellow residents. I oppose Resolution 2681, dissolving the Tower District Design Review Committee. The committee was created in 1991, ensuring developments respected our historic character through dedicated aesthetic review, separate from functional approvals. A clear example of this is the recent Verizon cell phone tower at Van Ness and Olive. Community debate highlighted two distinct issues. The first issue was whether or not the tower was needed for better cell service. And I'm one who is a proponent of the tower functionally. We have a lot of, buskers and other individuals that might want to have good cell phone service for their musical performances on Olive Avenue. But a lot of the discussion centered on what it looked like, or maybe even some, viral memes about whether cell phone towers are healthy. And it seemed to collapse everything into one, where it was, my perception was that it was just like, oh, we don't want this at all. Do you oppose it or not? And it created a false dilemma. I think that we need to review the appearance independently of the functionality and not create false dilemmas where it's like, are you for or against it? And I hear a lot of this kind of false dilemma, even in these conversations here about unhoused. These loaded labels and false dilemmas, we need to exercise critical thinking. And these loaded labels that I've been hearing about murder and unhoused, these are criminals that are breaking into the Carl's Jr., not unhoused. And that wasn't a murder. It was far more complex than that. These issues are not so simple. Everyone needs to learn how to spot a fallacy and have complete civil discussions and not turn everything into an emotional debate where everyone is politicized and set at odds with one another. So I don't think we need to dissolve this. I think we need to further enhance the civil discussion and stop pitting one another against each other to the detriment of the community. We need to have full conversations, not just collapse them into our own personal interests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the last card I have, but there's still time. If anybody wants to speak on a consent, contested consent, or closed session item, please come forward. Des, come on forward and identify the item that you're going to be speaking on, and you'll have 3 minutes. You don't need to do a card if you don't want to.
No, I was looking for her card. She put it.
If you put a card forward, was it on a consent or contested consent, or was it, what was the item?
The policy review.
That's separate. That's 4A. We take public comment on those items separately, so we'll be able to come back and talk about that item too. You are, hang on a second.
Is it on contested
Christina
so
Holmes?
she can speak now?
Yep.
She has to go back to
No,
work.
so those items are taken separately. It's not consent or contested consent or closed session.
Oh, you're the president.
It's the policy. We've been doing this for years, Des, you know.
Yep. Anyways, I have several clarifying questions regarding La Hacienda Mobile Estates. First, can staff confirm whether 4.4 million in encampment resolution funds were used to purchase this property? If so, can you clarify which specific encampment or geographic area those funds were tied to? And can staff confirm whether any individuals currently living in that encampment are guaranteed placement in these units? If there is no placement requirement, how does this project meet the intent of the encampment resolution funding, which is meant to resolve homelessness for people living inside the encampment? I also have questions about unit count and eligibility. Only 17 units are being added, so how will tenant selection be prioritized, and who decides who's eligible? This project has been described as veteran-only housing. Can staff clarify how veteran-only restriction aligns with the use of multiple funding sources, including encampment resolution, HHAP, home key, behavioral health? All of these funding sources legally permitted to serve only one population, or will eligibility be broader? And can you confirm whether veterans currently living in the encampments connected to this funding will be prioritized for these units? On 2F, regarding item 2F, I have similar questions. Can the staff confirm whether encampment resolution funds were used to purchase the Travel Lodge property? If so, can you clarify whether people from the designated encampment tied to the funding will be placed there? If not, what accountability measures are in place to ensure that this funding is being used as intended, especially given the request for another one-year extension? What outcomes are required before future extensions are concerned? A question to President, Councilmember Kerbasi. On item 2G, the city approved $10 million for 3 sites without secured funding match, and then granting a full year to match that, for a match to be found. As city council president and somebody running for supervisor, a role that requires fiscal oversight, risk assessment, and accountability, how should the public understand a decision to approve a multi-million-dollar funding without granted project completion? Is this how the standard for how we are investing the public dollars in housing? For a candidate seeking countywide oversight, approving $10 million first and then asking questions later should concern every single voter. And I'd like to amend my comment. I'm proposing instead of 3 council members, we have 5 people. 2 council members, 3 to 4 community advisors appointed by the full city council. You can have a transparency expert, a land use policy expert. You can have somebody from the community expert. You can have all that stuff. So anyways, are you going to answer my questions? I got a lot.
You have 5 seconds left.
Thank you. That's your answer? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Okay. So anyone else wishing to comment on consent, contested consent, or unscheduled communication, this is your opportunity, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good morning. Come on forward. You'll have 3 minutes, and just let us know what item on the agenda you're commenting on.
You said unscheduled?
No, I'm sorry. If you want to fill out a card, I think I have a card from you
Yes,
already.
you did.
When we call in schedule, we'll let you know. And I have a card for you on 4A. Gabriel? Yeah. I'm sorry. So this is the opportunity to speak on consent, contested consent, or unscheduled. I have a card for you for unscheduled, and I have a card for you for 4A. 4A. Unscheduled you want. Okay. Got it. You got it. You got it. No problem. You got it. No problem. Okay. So with that being said, no one else speaking on consent, contested consent, or unscheduled, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Thank you all for your patience. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? The consent calendar passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar, and I'm going to do my best to do this in alphabetical order. We're going to start with 2C, and that was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias.
Two C as in cat. Staff, are you available?
Which item was that? I'm sorry.
That's the 1,000 fees that we're raising item.
Oh, come on.
Master fee schedule.
Which department? I mean, there's many departments, and so we have staff here available if you can.
Sure.
Which department
So
fees?
for the benefit of the public, this item seeks to increase city fees at the airport, the animal center, the finance department, solid waste, wastewater, water, and public works. So my general question, City Manager, is why are we doing all these adjustments now? We typically see fee adjustments after a budget's adopted. I, in my 7 years, have not seen this many fees being adjusted prior to a proposed budget being recommended.
That's actually incorrect, Council Member. We always bring the master fee schedule before the budget because it determines the revenue that will be generated to put in the budget. So the master fee schedule comes first.
You are right. You
Yes.
are right. But first typically is a month before we start going to the budget. This is January.
Well, this is about the time that we do it. We generally, depending between like January, February is when we start working on the master fee schedule because it takes a while once we know what the revenue is to then plug that into the budget to then figure out what the expenses are going to be. And we do this every year, and a lot of what these fee increases represent as a result, and these fee increases take effect July 1 with the new budget. And what many of these fees represent, every fee we have, almost every fee has a labor component that involves city staff. And as we increased and gave raises across the city, that labor rate needs to be adjusted every year to account for the true cost of providing the service so that the rest of the taxpayers are not subsidizing specific services. So many of the fee increases are related to slight adjustments having to do with labor rates increasing. There are some other cleanups in here that kind of every year we go through it and we figure out, this fee has been in here since 1972. What is it? And so there are cleanups, and then there's a couple that are changes in methodology that are more accurate, to more accurately represent what the true cost. So the idea in the master fee schedule is the people who are using a particular service, we can't make a profit, but we need to cover the cost of providing that service, and so the users pay for that service. These aren't like, pothole repairs or, concrete or any traffic signal. Those are regular services. A lot of these are related to development fees that developer pays or user fees that individual users may require an additional service. So that's sort of the theme behind what the master fee schedule is. And as you said, every department has slight adjustments. Like I said, I have all the department directors here where there are changes. If there is a specific fee that you want me to call them up to go through what the increase is representative of, we'd be happy to do that.
I want to focus on the fees that are directly going to impact residents. So, for example, the airport fee is a single trip transportation permit that impacts the airlines, not necessarily everyday resident. But, for example, the animal center. According to if you could have the animal center folks step up, we're increasing the health certificate fee to recover staff time and overhead. And we're making a distinction. We're now doing a deposit fee text to distinguish between a new foster to adopt deposit form adoption. In layman's terms, can you explain what you're proposing to do and what is the increase? I don't see in the actual summary what is the increase that's being proposed.
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, Alma Torres, Director, Fresno Animal Center. When we are referring to increasing the health certificate fee, as we increase our veterinary capacity currently, we only have one veterinarian that services our shelter animals. But we are working to increase our capacity by hiring per diem vets, by putting contracts out for veterinarians as well. And so once we are able to increase that capacity, we can actually offer health certificates not only for our shelter for our own pets, but also for many of the community needs. The way that sometimes transport works is when an outside organization, including the state of Washington, the state of Nevada, the state of Oregon, they have requirements that the animal be assessed and that a health certificate be provided in order to be transported out to that state. So the ability for us to be able to provide that to our nonprofit rescues is going to be great once we can increase our veterinary capacity. And basically, it's just the cost of us doing that. There is a fee. It's associated with the Global Vet Link, which is a link to the USDA so that we're reporting which animals, and we're certifying that the animal is safe to transport to the other state.
I appreciate the context, Director, but this is what I'm hoping for all the directors on this question. I want actual numbers. I'm struggling to identify what is the actual fee increase that's being proposed so the general public understands if the council approves this today, come July 1st, X is going to be the new charge.
So it's a $2.68 increase. It's going to go from $76.41 to $79.09. So there are the appendices at the back of the staff report. Each department has one, and if you look at the spreadsheet, health certificate goes from $76.41 to $79.09, which is a $2.68 increase.
It's about an $80 fee for the certificate.
Correct. And this isn't something that these are voluntary services. This isn't, this is only somebody who wants a health certificate who is going to be transporting an animal out of state. That's a requirement. A lot of times right now they're using private vets to obtain these certificates, and we are going to be, as we increase vet capacity, we want to be able to offer our vets to be able to provide those certificates as well.
So, Director, of the fees that the general public pays at the animal shelter, which of those fees are going up on this proposed item?
So of the fees that are paid by the public, they're actually just deposits. So we have not necessarily charged an adoption fee since we began operating. However, a lot of the things that we found along, our operation and its exploration is that we had a lot of commitments from people that did not follow through. So for us, one of the things that is so important is to flow the animal as fast as possible. When we're not able to flow the animal to its next destination, then that creates the backup. It creates the capacity for us to be able to take in additional animals. The alternative, of course, is going to be euthanasia. So the things that we have done and that we have found along the way is that by actually asking for a deposit, we're actually committing this animal, and there's a commitment from the community to carry through on the adoption process. When we weren't asking for a deposit, what would happen is they would say, oh, I'd like this animal, and we never heard from them. There was additional staff time. There was a lot of recurring steps that needed to take place in order to make that determination whether there was actually an adopter interested in the animal. So some of this is cleanup language, just basically saying we're going to take a $25 deposit if you are interested in this animal, and then that deposit is going to be applied to whatever fee we are charging at the time. Since we haven't charged any fees, those deposits are returned. Sometimes it is applied to their license, their dog license, if it applies. Not for cats. Cats are not required to have a license. The other deposit is the foster to adopt deposit. Once again, driven by the lack of veterinary capacity, one of the things that happens is we need to get an animal out of the shelter. So we ask our community to house them until we're able to find a spay-neuter appointment for them. What we also found is that many people in our community do not return for those spay-neuter appointments. So through the use of these deposits, we're hoping to entice them, one, to return. When they don't, and it's happening, it's increasing the times that they don't return. We have to go through a process, but then we send our staff out there, we send letters, we send a lot of notices.
I completely understand the rationale and support the justification for the fee. I'm just trying to focus on what should the general public expect the new fee to be.
So the new fee is going to be
$50?
That's correct, which is reimbursable to them when they follow through with the sterilization.
Let me ask you this. Why not just make it like anything else? You put a deposit, and if you don't follow through, you lose it.
That's exactly what we're doing.
So they would lose it. It wouldn't be reimbursable if they don't follow through.
No, and that's what the language says, that they are putting a deposit, and if they do not follow through with their with our agreement, that reimbursement is not returned to them.
Thank you. So in essence, the two fees are just the $50 deposit for foster to adopt and the adoption hold deposit of $25.
That's correct.
Thank you, Director. On the Finance Department, there's some additional fee adjustments. Who can speak to that? Oh, Director.
Santino's coming.
Santino, what's your official title again? Controller? Correct. For the record, this is
Director of
the
Finance.
gentleman, he's our controller and / Director of Finance, so if there's any money missing, it's all his fault. Right, Santino?
No comment.
No comment. Yeah, he's such a professional. On the Director, on the Finance, a deletion of the advertising. I'm not familiar with that provision of the fee structure. What does that refer to?
Yeah, sorry, let me get to that section.
I think it was the banner. So
oh, yeah.
it requires,
sorry.
getting a banner is actually a planning and development permit requirement. And it was, it had also been listed in the business tax section. And so it's more appropriately in the planning and development department because that's where you get the permit for it. So we're removing it from the business tax section and leaving it in the planning and development section.
So when you say banner, you're referring to literally a signage?
Yeah, like
The
when
temporary
business is
signage.
grand opening or whatever, it's a very small amount. There's a permit that's required that planning and development has always administered.
I guess, why do we make people pay a permit fee for a temporary banner?
It's a planning and development fee.
Yeah.
We've done that, I think, for decades. I can look in the planning and development section.
Been a
but
complaint for
minuscule.
decades.
I think it's like a 30-day permit.
Yes, I know. I'm aware of it.
I don't, why we do it, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a beautification thing because if we didn't require a permit, we would have temporary banners all over the city indefinitely. And so the idea is to have some sort of regulation over it to require people to come in to that it's just temporary because then after 30 days, we have the ability, code would have the ability to go in if the banner is, we want signage, right, to be complementary within our city and not have a bunch of temporary signage everywhere.
Thank you, City Manager. So it's simply relocating it to a different department?
That's right, yeah. It's not a change to the fee. It's just getting it, it was duplicative within the fee schedule.
Director, I didn't see this in the adjustments of your department. It might not be in this department's fee structure, but where would it be the Airbnb fee and the motel tax fee? I know we made adjustments on the motel tax or green-lighted the adjustments of those taxes going forward, but where's the Airbnb? Are we not making adjustments to that fee this year?
So that's actually a tax that's commanded by way of the municipal code. So the tax for its transient occupancy tax is different from a fee, which, as the city manager mentioned before, the fees are intended to cover city costs around the activity, whereas the transient occupancy tax is a separate tax applied to those stays. So you're not going to see it on the fee schedule necessarily.
The fee portion of that, there is a fee portion, correct?
There's a
labor cost to collecting the fee.
Yeah, that
and
would be
processing,
part of our business tax certificate to operate the Airbnb. They would need a.
So are we making
permit.
adjustments on that fee?
We're not making any adjustments. I think we may have made adjustments to that fee last year, and that's based on a time study of our cost, again, to make sure that we're recouping our costs. So we don't have any recommended changes to that permit fee this year.
I guess I'm struggling with that because we're making adjustments to about every fee based on we gave raises to employees, it's costing us more money, but Airbnbs are pretty big labor-intensive activity as well. Why aren't we making that adjustment now?
Well, the labor as it relates to business tax and license is just a part of our permitting process. I mean, there's really nothing materially changed as it relates to securing a permit for a short-term rental.
I don't think we're requesting increases for any type of business to obtain a business tax certificate, whether you are a doctor or a landscaper.
I guess my question, City Manager, is why aren't we? We're increasing fees for adoption fees, we're increasing fees for everything else. Why not increase fees on the business community? Because there's costs that we've incurred by giving raises to the people who deal with licensing fees for businesses.
So we try, as we do the master fee schedule increase, we try to bring the fee increases to be as modest as possible. So Sometimes we don't do them every year. Sometimes we'll do them every other year, because if we did it every year, it may only be like a 5-cent increase, as opposed to waiting 2 years to have it be, the process of going through to change the fee costs more than what we would actually collect as the increase. So we do look at these every year, and where there is an impact that is more than just de minimis, we don't bring it forward, because theoretically, we could bring every single fee in the city of Fresno could be increased every single year, and we try not to bring every single fee increase all in 1 year to you guys.
I appreciate that, but this item proposes to raise by $2 a fee for the lobby of this building, by $3 a meeting room in this building. That's minimus, but yet we're collecting that recovery. So I guess what I'm asking is, if we're recovering our costs, which we have to because we gave employee raises and adjustments, why are we basically giving immunity to the business community when it comes to recovering those costs? And anybody else who wants to use a building or a conference room is getting the increased cost passed on.
Sure, yeah, I'll let Director Barr speak to the reason and the rationale. I think my recollection is some of those fees hadn't been raised in quite some time, but as the city manager said, when we look at the business permit fee in particular, we do our time studies every year. There's so many transactions of permit fees, and it's a portion of the overall staff's work that when we actually do the calculation, yeah, it would result in probably, if we were to do it annually, pennies in terms of raising the permit fee. So we don't, we could come, annually to make those types of requests, but as the city manager mentioned, it's probably would cost us more in time to go through that process, and so we revisit it. We do the time studies annually, and if we see that there's some rationale, like I mentioned, as I believe there was last year, for a modest increase to recoup the cost, we'll bring that forward. But if it's negligible, we just really won't go through the trouble. And in this case, that's an example of that. I don't know if the same could be said for the city hall rental fee, but I know Director Barr will be able to speak to that.
I think the adjustment there is the city proposes to increase 6 fees for the city hall rentals and decrease 2 of the fees for the city hall rentals. Could you walk us through why you're decreasing 2 of the fees but increasing 6 of them?
Good morning, Councilmember Brian Barr, Director of General Services. Yes, the answer is twofold. One, the City Hall rental fees are really a reflection of the operational costs of the City Hall building. So you have janitorial, security, PG&E, landscaping, all of that has to get recovered as far as a cost. Those go up over time, right? It's been a couple of years since we've actually adjusted the rates. So that's one, and that accounts for the 6 going up. 2, kind of an adjustment for this year is how the master fee schedule rates are rounded. They were usually, in past years, they have been rounded to the nearest $5, whereas this year it's rounded to the nearest $1, which is why you're seeing an adjustment down.
So in the case of meeting room A, you're increasing it by $1. Meeting room C, you're decreasing it by $2.
Yeah. So it's all the numbers in terms of the cost of the building, the square footage, and how the actual equation is rounded.
Correction, we're decreasing A and increasing C.
Here I have increasing
yes,
A and decreasing C.
Yes. So, but also you have to think about when was the last time that these rates were adjusted, and that's been several years. So that accounts for some of the increases as well.
And so, in essence, even though we gave everyone raises and we're experiencing a record PG&E cost, you somehow have savings for meeting room C to cut the rental fee by $2?
Again, that's part of the rounding. In past years, it was rounded at the nearest $5. Again, when that was last revised, now it's being rounded at the nearest $1, so it's a little bit more accurate this year, which is why it's gone down.
I guess I'm not following. I flunked math in high school, so I'm struggling to track this. But every single cost to operate this building has increased in the last few years. Labor, utilities. And yet we're reducing fees for one of the conference room by $2, and we're increasing it in another conference room by $1.
So not all fees have increased over time. We have seen substantial savings in security and janitorial services through bidding it out. So those fees have dropped. So when you add them all up, I'll be happy to go over these fees with you in your office if you'd like some time and go through the calculations. I'm happy to do that.
I'd like to. I mean, this building for the general public, it's not just our meeting room. It's a planning commission, it's a parks commission, it's fire department, police department have their ceremonies here, the general public, other government agencies use it. So I'm trying to be very thoughtful of, if the costs are increasing for the city, we should make adjustments. If we have savings, then we should be doing reductions across the building. I wrestle with how one meeting room is more expensive than the other one is cheaper to run. But thank you, Director. My last question, City Manager, is around wastewater and water. We're making adjustments to these fees, but I understand we're still working on looking at utility rate increases and a proposal from staff to increase water and wastewater fees. Is this being done outside of that study? And if we make these adjustments, does that mean that you guys will be seeking less of an increase on water and sewer rates?
Good morning, Paul Amico, Director of Public Utilities. Yes, it is true. We're looking at our rate structure right now to recover costs related to our cost of service. These are, again, as the city manager said, these are special fees by request for services that are outside of our core service of delivering water and wastewater services. They're driven by labor rate increases, equipment cost increases, and so on, and to better align them with the actual cost of providing those extra services. So increasing these fees, there's not an offset because the rate structure is set to recover costs related to labor, power, chemicals, capital costs, et cetera, to operate the systems and maintain the systems.
So by increasing these fees, we're not going to see a reduction in your request to increase water and sewer rates?
They're different. These are kind of a different customer base. The everyday utility customer that pays their city utility bill, that has the solid waste, wastewater component, is separate. The customers of these fees are generally speaking from the development community, or the way that individual customers are affected is you'll see under the water section where we have blind washer installations, service disconnections. So for instance, if somebody does not pay their water bill and does not get on a payment plan, and we've tried everything and we ultimately have to go disconnect their service, that's a separate fee. And then to get their service reconnected, that's a separate fee, because we don't want I don't want to have to pay for that customer. So these fees are separate from just the everyday utility service that a ratepayer is going to pay. These are separate, specific services.
So they're separate from the cost of providing water and sewer services?
That's correct. Exactly.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions, City Manager. Appreciate the time.
Okay. Any other questions from any council members on this item? Ed, nice tie. Good job. Okay. I don't think any other ones punched up. Any motions to approve or? Okay. So we're just going to, anyone want to approve this item, or do you want to let it die?
Well, I was going to defer to Councilmember Arias to see if he wanted the motion to approve it after having his questions answered.
I appreciate the courtesy, but I intend to not approve this item.
Okay. Is there any more comment from maybe the city manager's office that we'd like to?
Well, I would encourage you to approve the master fee schedule as we do every year, because it provides the basis for revenue in our budget. This master fee schedule generates tens of millions of dollars. So if we are not able I think we would be stuck with the old master fee schedule. That means less revenue, which means we're going to have less money to be able to spend within the city. So that's the result of not approving it. As we put our budget together, it will impact the revenue line, and we'll have to, reduce expenses accordingly.
Since this will be pertinent to the fiscal year 27 budget, Is there time between January and maybe the next few months that this can be, with maybe input from the council, reworked a little bit to where it could get?
I would say not the next few months, but I would say the next month. We probably until the next council meeting, which is February 19th, if council members want to sit down and go through this more. I know during agenda review, we had, discussed with your council assistants that were available to answer any questions and go through this, and I don't think we had any takers, but if we do now, I think we could postpone just till one more meeting, but we don't have a couple more months because we're already beginning the budget right now. We've been meeting on the budget right now.
Yeah, I saw you all working at Ruthie's office the other day.
Yeah.
Working hard. Okay, well, I'll make a motion to postpone this until the next council meeting, till the February 14th meeting.
I can second that. And City Manager, just for context, I'm not going to say I've been here 20 years like my former colleague, but in the past, when it came to these fees, we either received a public presentation where staff went through the rationale for each of the fees, or staff met with us far in advance and went through each of the fee structures. In this time where people are hurting to get through the month, through the grocery bills, I think it's important for us to take the time and walk through either publicly or privately or however else and see the rationale, because honestly, I'm still not tracking how it's cheaper to rent one room here, but more expensive to rent the room next door. So I'll be ready to be supportive going forward. I get the process, but I think we need to have more of a conversation.
Okay, stay tuned. Everybody will be reaching out to your offices to schedule meetings.
If this motion does fail for whatever reason, I would be supportive of passing it today.
Yeah, I'm leaning in that direction. Can I ask a couple of questions real quick?
Absolutely.
Did the city manager's office or the administration reach out to council members asking if they wanted to meet on this item?
I understand that during agenda review with all of your staff, we said we're available to meet. If anybody has any questions, please reach out and we'll schedule time. And I don't believe anybody took us up on that.
I just want to be clear about that. So the attempt was made. We've approved this regularly in the past, correct?
Every year that I can remember.
Does this have to do at all with the price of groceries? Do we have any say in how much groceries cost?
No, not the price of groceries, no. No.
Can you give the public some examples of what some of these fees are?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I described, if for some reason you did not pay your water bill and we had to disconnect your service, and then we reconnected the service, there is a charge for that. I think public utilities, if you want a special haul, I'll give you an example. I was a customer of this. I bought some new patio furniture, and I had those gigantic boxes that it comes in. And I couldn't fit it in my my blue bin, and so I called and I scheduled a special haul. And they came and I put it on my curb, and they came and they picked up all of those giant cardboard boxes. And instead of paying $81.40, which I paid, if I use the service again, it's going to be $87. It's an extra service that I requested that we provide. Same thing if we sometimes people forget to put their cans out and it gets skipped, and we charge. We allow people grace for the first 2 incidents of their trash not being picked up, and after the second freebie on the 3rd incident, if somebody calls us and wants us to come out, we charge for the 3rd time. That's going up from $25.60 to $31.50. We also, for new development and sewer lines, we require CCTV, which we put a camera in the sewer lines to make sure that they're installed properly, and the cost of service is increasing for that service when that is needed. So it's not just new development, but if there is something where there's been an incident where there's been a break and it involves private people and there needs to be a sewer repair, we have to inspect it.
Let me ask another question. Thank you. This is very helpful.
Yeah.
So, bless you. So what happens, we have to approve this every year, correct?
Correct.
What happens if we don't approve it by a certain deadline?
It means that we can't count on the revenue generated by the fee increase.
But we can't collect. Okay, I'm
we
sorry.
We can't collect the increased amount.
The increased amount, and we have to deal with inflation as a public entity like anyone else.
So, for instance, if the labor cost went up, say $1 an hour, We're still paying our employees that increased dollar an hour, but we're not collecting it from the user.
That's what I want to get at, because a lot of these funds, now public utilities is an enterprise fund. Some of these funds go in the general fund, some of them go into the enterprise fund. But when we make promises to employees, we're going to pay them based on a balanced budget, we factor these in, this money in towards making those commitments. So my worry is, we'll still pay our employees, but we may operate in the red, which will impact our ability to meet commitments when they come back for another contract.
Right. It means that the money's coming from somewhere else. It actually means that we're subsidizing from other areas. So if it's on the utility side, it means that if we're still paying the increased labor cost to our employees, but we're not collecting it in general, then the ratepayers are subsidizing that extra cost, because we still have to pay our employees, and that labor cost is being paid from the utility. So if we're not collecting sufficient revenue to cover the cost of our employees, then it means it's being subsidized. On the general fund, same thing. We're really particular on the general fund because, right, it's such a precious resource for us.
So then my question, I guess, for my colleagues, yeah, if there's a desire to delay it, I don't think we need to do that, but I'll respect the vote of the council. My question is, what's going to change between now and Valentine's Day? What staff has been available? What have we do this every year. What are we missing here?
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you that when we go through, it's not willy-nilly. We have to do time studies when we increase studies. So we have to actually go back. We have a methodology where it's determined, okay, this person touches it for 15 minutes. This person touches it for 30 minutes. Like, we have to have a legal study that justifies these fees. And the attorney's office does a very thorough review to make sure that we are not charging a fee that is in excess of what it costs us to provide. So there is a lot of work that goes into making sure that we're being as accurate as possible. I'm not going to say that we've never made mistakes and we have to do cleanup at times, but could something change? Maybe. I think it would be highly unlikely unless the council chooses to not increase a fee and have it be subsidized. That's certainly within your prerogative.
Okay. No, I respect Councilmember Arias. He came here with questions. He asked good questions. To the remainder of the council, I asked, just when you make this decision, please do consider. If there's a reason to delay it, we're out here in the open. Please just state it so we can get it on the record, and then we can know how we're moving forward. Councilmember Arias, I have you punched up. Is that from a previous item? Okay, and then after that, I have Councilmember Vang, but that's a previous item, I'm guessing. Okay. Oh, you want? Oh, please. Yes, of course. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. The elaboration or the questions of my line is very narrow with regards to the general government. Director Barr, can I have you come up here again, please? It may be confusing to follow why there are certain decreases and increases with regards to the general government operations here at City Hall. So let me recollect if my understanding is what I believe it to be. Now, in the past, specifically just to the general government City Hall rentals here is based on increments of 5, correct?
That is correct.
And so
in prior years, Councilman.
In prior years, yes. And, however, this year is based on the $1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0.
Yes.
Okay. So the decrease in 2 of the 8 consideration was, if my understanding is correct, was based on the 5. And so this year the assessment would be, if it's a decrease in $2, would be at $3 based on 5 from the past, or 10, and then it drops down to 8.
I am not
if you follow my
your math,
logic.
But let me answer in a different way. Okay, let's just use the example of room 2165, meeting room A. In the prior years was $15, so that was rounded to the nearest 5. So if it was $12.61 an actual cost, it was rounded to 15. Okay. Right. Now with it going to the nearest dollar, we're at 13.
13. Okay. So that is also my understanding. Yes. And so when we look at overall the increase in fees, it looks like a huge majority of that is increasing, with the exception of perhaps the 2 rooms here under general government. Again, in terms of the rounding, in the past practice is based on increments of 5, but now it's based on the $1. And so when we see that, how is it that there are 6 increases and 2 decreases, and that's a result of how the methodology is calculated. I understand that there was a motion on the floor by my colleague from D6 to postpone this to 2019, regardless of how this item is addressed today by the council, whether it is today or postponed until future council meetings. I also want to make a motion on the floor to, with specifically a narrow scope to the general government, is if it's increased, stay at the number. If it's decreased, stay at the number before it was decreased instead of decreased, let's say, for $2, whatever that number was.
Sorry, Councilmember Vang, just to clarify, the postponement was just to the next council meeting. It wasn't until 2019.
No, I meant February 19th, 2026. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. So that's my amendment to with regards to the general government. It's very narrow to that scope. If it's increased, leave it as it is. If it's decreased based on the calculation of these 2 city hall rooms, let it remain at the current number instead of the decreasing number. If 2 is that number, they remain at it is what it is today.
Got it.
Got it?
Yes, as a point of clarification, just to make sure I've been consistent in my messaging, is that these are fees only charged to the public if they wish to rent the room, not to city departments, not to council. And it is very infrequent. If we do get any sort of reservations, it's actually for the front lawn, but very, very rarely for inside this building.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council members punched up with any questions for staff on this item? Okay. Oh, okay. So we do have a motion, we have a second, and the motion was from Councilmember Richardson, seconded by Councilmember Arias, I believe, and that is to postpone this item to, go ahead, February 14th.
Yeah, it was as a courtesy.
Got it.
February 19th.
Sorry, I thought you said 14th. 18th.
To the February
Yeah.
council meeting.
Yeah, got it.
February 19th.
19th, there we go. Any further discussion? Okay, any opposition to the motion? Okay, you have a comment or opposite? Opposed, okay.
It was 3 opposed.
Yeah, so the item passes 4-3. The item is delayed till the 19th. Thank you, Amy. Okay, so moving on to the next item. So that was, sorry, the no's were myself, Brandon, and Tyler. Moving on to the next item, and that is going to be 2 Echo, which was pulled by Councilmember Richardson. Sir, you have the floor.
Morning. Mr. Sky, how are you?
Well, thank you. Good morning to you as well. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department.
Just some quick questions, Assistant Director, because you and I have worked very closely on this. I just want some clarity, somewhat for myself, but I've read through the legislation, somewhat for everybody else, on what's going on at La Hacienda, how we got the money, who applied for the money, which entities, who in the state is going to be granting it, and what qualifications there are on that money to apply, specifically as pertains to those 17 units that were dedicated to veterans who were at risk of substance abuse, mental health, and in or close to being in homelessness.
Sure, Councilmember. Let me attempt to answer those questions. If I neglect to answer any of the ones that you just posed, please state them again if you wouldn't mind. But
Do you want? I can go one at a time too.
It's I'll give you a quick overview. How about that?
Thanks.
So last year, this body approved an agreement with Self-Help Enterprises to award Self-Help Enterprises $3.7 million in local housing trust fund dollars. Those dollars were intended in addition to another $500,000 that Self-Help Enterprises was putting up of their own money to acquire La Hacienda through a bankruptcy proceeding. That occurred. Self-Help Enterprises is preparing or has closed on, have you closed, Vanessa? On La Hacienda. Yeah, so they closed late last year on La Hacienda. They now own the property. In the process of all of that occurring, This body authorized staff to apply alongside of Self-Help Enterprises as our co-applicant for Home Key Plus dollars with the state of California. Those dollars were awarded to us late last year. We received notification of an award this morning. We're asking council to take 4 actions. The first one is to authorize the city of Fresno to accept that award. That award is being given to us and also our co-applicant Self-Help Enterprises. The funds will be given directly to the city of Fresno. Therefore, what you see sort of following is, and this is action item 4, is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with Self-Help Enterprises about how those dollars are dispersed. So that articulates those details along with the standard agreement, which we're asking council to authorize the city manager or her designee to sign with the state of California and, again, Self-Help Enterprises. All 3 parties signed that standard agreement. The only other items here this morning that we're asking to consider, so item 2 is an AAR appropriating the award. So again, if you authorize us to accept those dollars, then we need to appropriate them. The third item is a regulatory agreement and restrictive covenants. What that does is ensure that those dollars, as applied for and awarded, are used to fund those units. It's 18 units, 17 for veterans. And that they are used in accordance with the purpose those dollars were awarded to us for the period of duration.
So to that point, for the purpose of the dollars, right, when we say we applied to the state of California for that money, who specifically? Like state of California, that's all our money. That's state tax money. Who specifically at the state of California do we apply?
Yeah, it's Housing Community Development Department.
In addition to?
That's it. So we apply, so HCD from the state of California, they are the department that administers the Home Key Plus grant program. We, the city, alongside of Self-Help Enterprises, applied to the state HCD for those dollars.
Is it significant that in the background paragraph of the legislation, it specifically says HCD in collaboration with the California Department of Veteran Affairs, CalVet?
That is significant in as much as, and thanks for raising that, council member, that is significant because they were a partner, and this is new for Home Key Plus, which was different than the prior Home Key rounds. And so it was one of the ways in which the state desired to integrate a focus to address veteran homelessness across the state. And so this particular project and this particular application that we submitted, we emphasized that these 17 units would be to the benefit of veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness.
So state initiative, state partnership, they made the money available, the NOFA, and then we applied for it under that partnership, the partnership
correct.
of HCD and CalVet.
That is
now,
correct.
with CalVet, if from having worked with them before, when they grant money, there are specifications for where that money can be applied.
Sure.
CalVet doesn't spend a lot of money on rehabilitation of like injured pets. They don't spend a lot of money on environmental justice causes, things like that. They're pretty specifically focused on CalVets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's understandable that since CalVet was a huge part in getting this money for the city, it would be understandable that part of the restrictions on that money's implementation would be for California vets. In this case, specifically with their partnership with Home Key Plus, would be focused on veterans with their experiences with homelessness to include what are mentioned in here as substance abuse issues or mental health concerns.
That's correct.
Okay. Is this plan going as projected, as predicted in the meetings that we've had over the last year and a half or so?
It is. The only thing that has taken a little bit of time that we, which is pretty typical, is it's taken a while to work through all the documentation with the state of California. So we're a little bit behind schedule in that respect. But as it relates to our milestone commitments for construction completion and occupancy, we are on track.
Okay, fantastic. I know that doesn't often or always happen in government. And just a point of privilege, can you speak a little bit to the relationship between Veterans Plaza and how they'll be linked in to filling these units at La Hacienda with the veterans who we know they take them oftentimes out of homelessness or when they're at risk of homelessness and they plug them in with transitional housing? Are they going to be a partner working to fill La Hacienda in those 17 units?
Sure, council members. So any veteran serving organization here in our community is through the coordinated entry system going to be referring eligible veterans to this to this site for housing when those housing units are available. And so Veteran Plaza, along with any other veteran serving organization, will be an important referral source.
And then final question as just an informational question. Along with the point in time count that takes place every year, is part of the demographic information that's studied service status to find out if folks are veterans?
Yes, that is what occurs.
Okay. So for a lot of people, that could be the very beginning of their pipeline after their service, after experiencing homelessness, back into some sort of transitional housing or some sort of program? That's
correct. I want to clarify. The point in time count is in Councilmember, thank you for joining us the other night for that. It is not the place in which we, or the mechanism by which we enter people into the homeless management informational system or into coordinated entry. It is through our many outreach providers, including the city's contracted provider with the Poverello House, but there are many other organizations that are reaching out to folks who are experiencing homelessness on the street, including, of course, veterans. And it's through that process that people begin to be referred to places like La Hacienda in the future and any other service that they might be eligible for.
Okay, so bottom line, veterans in the near future, at least 17 of them may be making their way off the streets and up into a renovated community in District 6.
That is correct. I think it's important to note that of the 17 units that will be serving veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, this was designed to not only support veterans, but also couples and small families. And so
Sure.
I want to mention, it's not just 17 veterans. It's going to very likely be more than 17 that will be served through this project.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve, Council President.
Thank you. I will second that. Council members, are there any other any questions on item 2E as an echo? There being none, there's been a motion by Councilmember Richardson. I've seconded that motion. Any opposition to that motion? There being none, it passes 7-0. So, folks, those of you that have come here, and we really appreciate your patience, we want to give you an idea of where we are on the schedule. We have 2 more contested consent items that will be discussed by the council. Then we have item 4A and 4B. Then we have to break for closed session, and they will come back, and after closed session, we typically do unscheduled communication. We have an hour before lunch. I don't know how it's going to work entirely, depending on how long the discussion takes, but it is possible we may not get to you until after lunch, which is at 1:30. I just, as a courtesy, want to give you a heads up. Hopefully, we'll move through these things faster. Okay? Thank you for being here. Okay, so next we have 2H as in Hilo, and that was pulled by Councilmember Perea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to make sure that the community understands what this item is proposing to do. At surface level, it looks like we're just entirely dissolving the Tower District Design Review Committee with no backup plan. But if you had a chance to read the staff report, you will see that there is a plan to replace the Design Review Committee. And Director, I will ask you to correct me if I'm wrong. But this council recently passed an updated version of the Tower District specific plan. And as part of that update, there was a resolution that was passed to allow for the continuance of the Tower District Implementation Committee. And it's my understanding that that committee will be taking on the duties of ensuring that any new design proposals in the Tower District are in full compliance with the Tower District's, the newly adopted Tower District specific plan, which does include the design guidelines. So this is a cleanup item so that there's no redundancy. The existing design review committee was attached to the old specific plan. Is that correct, Director? Okay. Okay. So we're simply dissolving the existing design review committee because we no longer have that previous version of the Tower District specific plan. We have the new version with a new committee attached with full responsibilities to implement the specific plan and the design guidelines moving forward. So this is not totally absolving the design review committee with no backup plan. There is a plan to replace the committee. This is to just clean up the process and ensure there's no redundancy. Director, did I get that correct? Did I miss anything? Okay, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Perea, seconded by Councilmember Arias. And it's clear you're a planner. That's great. Thank you for that, Councilmember. Makes a lot of sense. I'm happy to support you on that. Thank you for clarifying for the record. Any further discussion on this item? Any opposition? Motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you so much, council member. Last is 2I as an igloo. Council member Arias, you have the floor. Yes, sir.
City Manager, I think we've had this discussion briefly, and you referenced it in your earlier comments. Basically, we have the old Fresno B building that it's currently vacant. We've gotten your memo, but my concern is that that building doesn't suffer the same experience of the Carlos Jr. that we have somewhat of a control over. Can you, for the record, tell us what are the security precautions that we have for that building until we make a decision on whether we demolish or do some reconstruction of it?
Yes. So right now, and if you have any questions on the actual demo, I have our capital projects director here as well to answer any of those questions. Operationally, we staff that building 24/7 with security. It is only one security guard right now, and they do a patrol every 30 minutes. We've been stepping up patrols because we did have a recent break-in at that building. We have to keep it energized for the fire protection system, and the fire pump it gets serviced every month and gets inspected every month. Additional operational enhancements, PD actually uses the parking lot when they need to write reports. Officers use that parking lot, so there is a PD presence around the B building property. And then I have been in contact with both fire and police. They have done training in that building in the past, and they're interested in continuing to use the building because it is only occupied by a single security guard and doing some additional training. So even yet this morning, I'm talking to Chief Casto about what we might be able to do to get a stronger police presence there to make sure it doesn't burn.
Does the city manager, the staff have the authority to increase patrols if necessary?
They do. It's just, obviously it's just money. So if we needed to increase and add another security guard, it's just an increased cost to the division.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned that if that building gets set on fire, that's probably a 10-alarm fire.
Yeah.
That's going to require every fire engine in the valley to respond to. And historically had a big print shop with significant industrial use. So I want to avoid that level of contamination. So if we could invest, if necessary, on additional security guard to avoid that level of, tragedy, I would be supportive, but I'll leave it in your hands since you have the authority.
And do you know that we are proceeding with environmental and bid documents for demo of the building? It's not a building that is usable for us. It's so expensive to operate and it's so big. So we are proceeding down that path and we'll continue to do so. I believe we're in the environmental phase and we're in the process of preparing bid documents for demo.
Yep, understood. Thank you. Those are my questions. Motion to approve.
All right, thank you.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, that item passes 7-0. All right, we're on to item 4A. Let's see, this is sponsored by... Oh. Wait, no, I think she raised her hand to signal... Was that a yes, I'm present, or yes, nay? It was yes, okay. Yeah, no, it was just an affirmative that she was present. Yes, that last vote was 7-0. We're on to item 4A, sponsored by President Carbasi and Office of the Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. I've said in the past that we're going to create some kind of committee to review policies. This will also include the Transparency Act, the River Bluff Protection Act. There are a lot of bills that, in fact, the River Act is one of them, that say every 5 years or every so much time it's going to be reviewed, and they never get reviewed. So I'll be looking to staff and council members to suggest policies for review. It's a temporary committee. It only will last for it'll be less than a year. And the council members that have agreed to serve on the committee, I'm grateful to them, are council members Bang and council member Richardson. And I think it's important because we're going to be gone one day, but there's an advantage to not having seniority. You'll be here the longest. And so you'll have a say in the policy that shapes the next generation of leaders in this community. We are open to suggestions of what policies we should review, and anything that we do, we are a little bit more transparent than a lot of other communities in our area. And it's not to knock them, it's a decision we made under Councilmember Pereira's leadership that when we create these ad hoc committees, while they're not standing committees, we do so and inform the public we're doing that through legislation. And we will have our meetings dense policy work, and then what we're going to do is we will always have to come to this council at a public notice meeting, provide all the documentation to the public, have a robust discussion, and decide whether or not we want to support or amend or pass or do nothing when it comes to these potential policies we're going to review. That's pretty much it. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, Council President, just a question for you.
Yes, sir.
With respect to, I think we've kind of had this conversation in the past about, committee structure. Obviously, we're not, we don't have a super formalized structure where you have to go. You're not mandated because any charter official can put anything on the agenda. Does this committee create any barriers to a charter official placing legislation on the agenda?
You mean because three of us are working on potentially a policy, and if a council member wants to put another policy on the agenda, is that what you mean?
No, just verifying that, if anybody that you're not required to go through the committee to place something on the agenda.
Certainly not. No, not at all. That's a good question. So, for example, the three of us working on a policy can only discuss it with the three of us. We cannot have a serial meeting or talk to any other council members on that item. The Brown Act dictates that. But if you have your own legislation, that's a whole separate thing. You can absolutely do whatever you want. It does not diminish your rights whatsoever. Council, I'll go back to, I have City Manager White, but does that conclude your questions, Council Vice President? Yeah.
Thank you, Council President. I really think that this is a good idea. Over the years, many of our ordinances and policies were put into effect, I think 3 or 4 councils ago, over 15 years ago. And as we have progressed as a city, there are things within some of these policies that are outdated, some that we haven't covered that conflict. One policy conflicts with a different policy. And so over the years, as an administration, we've been like, okay, are we supposed to do this or are we supposed to do this? So I think being able to go through these and make recommended changes, I think would be super helpful. I know there are, provisions within the Transparency Act that could certainly be improved. I think there are things that we have been advised over the years by legal counsel of how to interpret something because it was vague. I would like the policy to be revised to take out that vagueness so that the direction that we take is not covered by attorney-client privilege, and it's very clear on how we're operating. I think that's really important because otherwise it appears as if we're just doing something willy-nilly, which we're not. So I would encourage more of a wholesale approach and not sort of just doing things in little pieces because it's time. We've been confronted with whether it be Labor Management Act, transparency, some of the Reserve Management Acts, different provisions that have been very frustrating. Even within the Transparency Act, the report that we provide of all of the consultant contracts, it's meant to be and I totally agree with disclosing contracts that the public's not aware of because there hasn't been a public vetting, regardless of the amount. But for instance, the way the current Transparency Act is written, even if the contract has come to council, we still have to go through the process of putting it on our report. And right now, that is a manual process. So I think there's nothing more transparent than something being on a public agenda and voted on by council. You don't get much more transparent than that. But the effort that we have to go to then dig through every single contract and realize, oh, wait, that was voted on, doesn't matter, still has to go on the list. Totally, once again, contracts that have not come before council, that are being operated within my authority or the council's authority, no problem with disclosing those because I agree, it's the public's money, they have no other way other than going through a number of different pages on the website. It is not user-friendly. I totally ultimately support having a place that makes it really super easy, but I don't want to just do it in little pieces. I think the other item, I think it's a good start, but I don't think that it covers everything that needs to be covered.
Let's hold off on that. I just want to state and while we're talking about 2 examples, it's not just going to be the Transparency Act. It's going to be a lot of different, and we're looking for
There's
your
like
suggestions.
13 of them, I think.
Well, there'll be quite a few we're going to review, but we just have less than a year to do that. So the committee will sit and choose based on suggestions which ones we're going to tackle, and then we will go from there. Member Richardson, and then Council Member Arias is punched up as well. Go ahead.
And to your point, we're also open to suggestions from the public about policies that should be revised as well. So really, there's no saying how many there are. I know I speak for myself. I'd imagine I speak for Councilmember Vang as well, saying that I'm a huge fan of moratoria. I'm a huge fan of sunset dates on things, and legislation from the past, or quote unquote the way we've always done things, is never the right answer. So we're excited, and we're going to take this on with initiative.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of quick questions. As I read this item, I know it references Transparency Act, which I just pulled up. I think it's one of the many acts that former mayor, as Councilmember Lee Brand passed. The city manager referenced 13 or 15 acts. I'm seeking clarity. What are we actually proposing to review? Is it your item includes the Transparency Act and the San Joaquin River and Bluffs Protection Initiative? I don't know what that is. Is there an actual
That's a good point.
act?
Yeah, that's a good point. The reason why we don't know about that is it was passed, gosh, probably in 2009 or 10. And that specific act, the River Bluff Protection Act, which is kind of District 2 specific, spearheaded by a former District 2 council member, says every 5 years we're going to review it, and we never do that. So the point is, any acts like that say, and it's up to the committee to decide what we're going to review. Ultimately, looking at your suggestions, we'll rely on that.
So
that's an example.
The reason I asked that, President, I actually Googled it, and it looks like it's a 2010 act by Member Borges that required all 3 law enforcement agencies to work together on how they patrol the bluffs.
Right.
That's essentially what I got from the Google ABC 30 story. So I guess what I want to know is what is going to be the committee's process for informing the full council and the public. What are you actually going to review? Like, do you intend in the first 30 days to identify of the 1,000 acts and ordinances in the city, you're going to focus on these 2 or these 3 or these 4? You don't have to have an answer at this point.
Sure.
But I would like us to figure out a mechanism so that we all stay informed. And I don't want to, as a member, send you like 5 acts that when you've already determined that you only have capacity for 3 of them, you've chosen which 3 to work on. I also don't want to bring a revision of an ordinance forward that you may already be working on. So we just got to figure out how to legally communicate to the public what acts you guys have actually identified, which ones you're focusing on, and what your timeline is for getting something to us, so that we can avoid duplication of efforts or any kind of conflict in the city attorneys. I'm assuming a lot of this is going to rely on city attorney staff time. I don't want to be saying the city attorney 3 different directions on the same ordinance or act. I also don't want our city manager telling me that she's sitting on 15 committee meetings on 15 acts and she doesn't have time to respond to the loose dog that's around the block biting kids. So I ask you all to just think about process and informing us so we can be helpful in this endeavor.
That's very thoughtful. I totally agree. I think it's fair. So I think we're going to rely on any suggestions from anybody, anytime, especially the policymakers. If you say, hey, I've got this policy and I have this concern, you should review it. My internal goal is telling me if we can do 1 a quarter, because this is a very dense policy, that's great. I don't think the river blood protection one's going to take a whole quarter to do, but that's an example of maybe the low-hanging fruit. But we're going to be very driven by the input of the public and the input of the council and administration as well. I will ask a question of city attorney, though. And I want to be clear, if a council member wants to work on their own version of it, you have that right. This does not impede you at all from your own policy work. But if the committee decides we're going to work on these acts, we've listed 2 today, is there a mechanism to where we can inform either the public or the council members and say, no feedback, but this is what we're working on right now for your reference?
My initial recommendation would be to make sure that if you're having those conversations, they be in a public setting. I'm really concerned about Brown Act issues around this process. So just as long as those take place in public meetings.
Well, what we could do is we could disclose it at a council meeting. That's one of the reasons why this council passed a new policy a couple of years ago, specifically outlining how these ad hoc committees work, and that's what we're doing here today. So what we'll do, council member, if it's sufficient, when we decide what we're going to work on, we will disclose that at a council meeting during comments. Is that okay? We'll disclose it at a public meeting during comments, so that way everyone's aware of it. Okay. Does that sound good, Andrew?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you for that. Councilmember Richardson, you have the floor still.
I won't get into too much of getting out of my skis, but I would imagine the way I see this running is a very transparent, noticed kind of agenda process. Hey, these are the things that we're looking at for this week, which will all be made available to the council. Hey, you forgot this, I like this, or just looking at it to be notified. Actually, I was planning on revising that policy. Good to know you're looking at it. Here's some things to keep in mind. In addition to the public notification as well. Hey, I saw that, I like it, or you're forgetting about this thing. Once we take that, just like the regular agenda, it'll go from a draft to a final, and that will be essentially what the committee decides they're going to be able to chew on that week or that quarter. And I'd imagine that process is going to be thorough, early, and noticed not only to the council, but also to the administration, to the public.
Councilmember Perea, then Council Vice President.
Clarification, Councilmember Richardson. You're saying publicly noticed agendas for this ad hoc committee? Are you, it sounds like you're getting more into the realm of like a standing committee.
I don't know if it'll be the notification along the same lines of like a meeting like this, but whether we use other notification or just broadcast, hey, these are the things that we're thinking about considering. If you have something, so who knows, you know, folks know if they need to show up, folks know what homework they have to do ahead of time, things of that nature.
I apologize. I was not. Thank you, Councilmember. I can clear this up. So that policy that was passed a few years ago makes it pretty clear. As kind of like the tax sharing committee, we will be doing the work. Anything we do has to go to the public, and I think that we're going to probably, maybe during council comments, disclose, hey, we're working on this, working on that, to keep public informed. But these are not going to be like standing committees. The Brown Act has different requirements for ad hoc committees versus standing committees. We're going to completely comply with the Brown Act, but this is a dense policy committee, so it's not going to be quite like you were saying just a moment ago. Yeah, but anything we ever do has to be approved in public with the full council. Councilmember Esparza, and then City Manager.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking ahead before this rest of the conversation ensued, and would just kind of suggest that at the committee's discretion, they keep us informed at a council meeting. Yep. That seems to be, I think there's consensus that that's the appropriate forum to kind of just let us know as you guys narrow the scope and what's being worked on. Not necessarily the content, but just broad strokes of what's happening.
We will do that. It's a great idea. City Manager.
I was also going to suggest to be able to legally, comply with the Brown Act to accept input and suggestions from the council. Obviously, we always have the option of doing a workshop, which allows dialogue amongst the entire council, but does not yet require public comment. Obviously, once we come to a final decision, then there would be an item that would need to come to council for adoption, but the workshop option does give us the option to be able to have a two-way communication on the dais to get feedback on particular policy options or suggestions at the council. That's always an option for us as well.
That's a great idea, especially because this is so dense. It allows us to have that discussion out here in public. We tend to put the dense material in workshops. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, we will do that. And the public can view all that, which is great. Okay. Any other questions, suggestions? Okay, that was all very helpful input. So I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Okay, second by Councilmember Richardson. Sorry, I apologize, I heard him first. Any opposition to this item? That being none, the ad hoc committee is created 7-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 4B. Councilmember Arias, you have the floor, sir. You have the floor, sir. I'm so sorry. We skipped a step, didn't we? Public comment. It's a separate item. I apologize. We're going to take a step back. I apologize. On item 4A, thank you, Tyler, we have to take public comment. So this is the act creating the ad hoc policy review committee. Would any member of the public wish to provide comment? And I do apologize for skipping that step. This is not a consent item. It's a separate item. For the ad hoc committee. Come on up, Des. That was for another item, 4B. She has a card for 4B.
I think she meant for the ad hoc one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold Okay. So I just want to make sure okay. Ad hoc, right?
4A, ad hoc committee, yes.
All right. Good Lord, who was tall? First, I would like to go over, I agree with we need an ad hoc, but I mean, I got some other things. First, I would like to request that the resolution be amended to require that all appointments to the Policy Review Ad Hoc Committee be approved by a majority vote of the full City Council at the public meeting, because this committee is created by and reports back to the City Council. Citywide approval of membership is important transparency safeguard. Second, I recommend removing the pre-designation of specific council members in the resolution and amending membership structure so that the Policy Review Ad Hoc Committee consists of 2 City Council members and 3 community service members. These additional members could include individuals with expertise in areas relevant to the policy review, such as governance, ethics, transparency, environmental, land use policy, fiscal oversight, legal analysis, or community engagement. Including non-council advisory members would broaden perspectives, reduce the concentration of authority, and strengthen the credibility of independence of the committee's work. All committee appointments, including non-council advisory participants, should be approved by majority vote of the full City Council at the public meeting. Third, I propose amending the leadership section so that the committee elects its own chair at the first meeting rather than naming the chair in advance. Alternatively, if the City Council president participates, that role could be designated as ex officio or non-voting to avoid, stop texting me, to avoid concentration of authority. Fourth, I respectfully request removal of the provision allowing the committee chair to determine when the committee's work is completed. Instead, I propose that the committee sunsets on January 29, 2027 to be dissolved earlier only by the full action of the City Council. No single member should have the authority to end the council-created oversight body. Fifth, while the resolution states that the committee is advisory, it also authorizes the committee to make recommendations. I recommend clarifying that any recommendations or feedback provided by the committee are non-binding and advisory only, with final policy authority remaining exclusively with the City Council. Six, I propose adding requirements to the committee prepare a written report summarizing its activities, finding, and advisory recommendations to be presented at noted City Council meetings and made publicly available. Finally, regarding scope, I suggest clarifying that the policy topics may be referred to the City Council and the City Administration subject to acceptance by the majority of the committee to ensure that the committee is not limited to reviewing only those policies selected by one source.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. We also did have someone for 4B, but just out of abundance of caution, Christina Holmes, if you are here and wanted to comment on 4A as an alpha, you're welcome to do that right now. And any members of the public that wish to comment on Paul, please come on forward.
I would agree. My name is Brunette. I would agree with what the young lady said, because we want to know how are you going to be able to let the community know about what you're about to do, because we don't want to come in at the last minute and you have it on the agenda and you tell us, oh, this is what we passed, this is what we did. We can't be involved if we're not involved from the beginning. So we want to know how you're going to do that, because that's going to require communities from District 1 all the way to District 7. So we want to know how you're going to be able to do that, to include the community in your decisions and your policies that you're making. Because you just can't do that as an individual. Just because you represent us, you don't let us know anyway. You sit here and make decisions on your own. How are you going to be able to do that with all of District 1 through 7 community, letting us know what policies that are going to be put in place?
Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? Okay. Okay, we're going to end public comment for this item and bring it back to the council. Council members, anyone have any comments or suggestions? Councilmember Richardson.
This will be, the establishment of this committee will be approved by a vote of the council, correct?
Right here in public, correct.
Okay. And this, it specifically says in here that this committee is only advisory, not actually making any policy?
Correct. The council, anything that we do has to be disclosed to the public, like we're going to do in a moment, and item 4B. It has to be considered by the full body of the council. The public will have a chance to provide input, and then we can choose to act or not act based on that process.
I believe the city manager said that she encouraged workshops to be presented by the committee prior to the vote from the council?
If we choose to do that, we absolutely can do that. Not a bad idea.
And we also talked about getting information from multiple sources, not just from council members, like from the public as well?
Correct.
Okay, no other comments.
Thank you. I have a question. Christina, did you want to comment on 4A or 4B? One is the transparency, I'm sorry, one is the ad hoc committee and the other one's the Transparency Act. All right, come on forward. Sure, you got it. You have 3 minutes.
I had a meeting.
No, not a problem. Thank you for being patient with us.
Thank you. So my name is Christina Holmes McIntyre. I am here as a community member and also as a business consultant who believes strongly in ethical governance and transparency and public accountability across all public institutions. When concerns arise about campaign practices or conflict of interest, the most important question is not who is involved, but how transparency, accountability, and public trust are ensured by those entrusted with leadership. My concern this morning is about governance norms that follow public officials wherever they serve. Recently, this council, under Carbasi's leadership, passed an ordinance elevating wage and hour violations to criminal offenses rather than civil. And this was done through the consent agenda. That decision carries serious implications for employers related to due process, and policies of that magnitude deserve open deliberation and public input that the chair prohibited either intentionally or unintentionally. Des Martinez has also raised those same concerns about policies related to the unhoused being passed through consent agendas. Recent reporting has also highlighted challenges in our local campaign finance system where funding sources for political messaging were not transparent to voters until after an election had concluded. And those involved are now under review for state's political ethics oversight board. This underscores why transparency in policy and process and committee work matters more than ever, especially under the federal administration that we sit under now. These expectations are not unique to city government, whether serving on a city council or a school board. Transparency is traceability. It is not trust. The city, the constituents, as a business owner in Fresno, I expect to be able to follow what is happening, and we aren't able to do that when you guys are passing laws under the consent agenda that impact not only the unhoused, but also business owners in the community. I have serious concerns that Mike Carbasi has the ability to lead such a committee. And I really urge this board to look at that because I'm completely frustrated that these type of policies are being passed on consent agenda with no discussion from the community. That is not transparency. That is not traceability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As a matter of process, I have a couple of clarifying questions for the city clerk and city attorney. The proposal we have forward with 4A, does that comply with the open meeting law and the Ralph M. Brown Act that we are bound by under state law?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. And then when the question was brought up about consent calendar, just as a matter of process, anything on our agendas is posted in advance for the public to see, correct?
That's correct.
Links to all supporting documents are available for the public to see, correct?
That's correct.
If the public was to come to your office and request a paper copy, they can get that, correct?
Yes, as well as view one.
As well as view one. We have translation services, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to be very clear, before we ever vote on any consent item, whether it's pulled or not, is there an opportunity at every council meeting for the public to provide comment on that item before we take a vote?
Absolutely, both before and at the meeting.
Right, and we're going to continue that process.
We are.
Okay, and we're bound by law to do that.
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Any other council members wishing to comment? I think there was a motion and a second, but we're going to take another vote. Any opposition? The item passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Now moving on to 4B as in Bravo. Councilmember Arias, you do have the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Council President, our default to public comment first.
Oh, sure, okay. If anyone on 4B wishes to comment, feel free to come forward. These are amendments to the Transparency Act.
We just seen you guys doing the transparency. How you skipped unscheduled and went straight to 4. That already let us know as a community, you guys are not serious about what you're doing. Because you're supposed to have been did unscheduled before you jump to 4. And this is what we deal with when we come to the city council meeting. You guys will talk all day over really nothing. And when you get to unscheduled, you skip over it, or either you go to lunch. You're responsible for our communities. That's what you're put there for. But you guys, you're showing your colors already since you've been here. It doesn't make any sense. We had to sit here and wait all day for you guys. You can sit here and laugh and joke about everything. This is not a joke to us. This is our community where we live in, and we deal with people every day. Wherever you guys live at, you don't live in some of the districts that we live in. And you don't go through with what we go through with. So if you want to be transparent, you guys should have did it from the beginning. Now you want to just pass something along. Oh, this is what we're doing. Oh, you passing it, you seconding it.
I apologize. You have about a minute and a half. I want to make sure we get your comments on this item.
I'm commenting on transparency.
Of course, but is there anything in
and
particular?
I wish you would not interrupt me. You've done that before. Don't do that.
Ma'am, I'm just clarifying.
I said you're not being transparent in what you're doing. Why would you skip over? What is your excuse for that? Be transparent with us and let us know why you did that. And it's on the agenda. You didn't follow it.
Do you want an actual answer?
That's what I said.
Okay, so City Clerk, I'm going to ask in the future on our agendas, make it very clear according to our rules that unscheduled communication can be taken at any time. It may appear in a certain order, but our rules that are publicly approved by this council with full public knowledge means it's not in a particular order. It's whenever time allows for that.
That's
so
correct.
Just to be clear, I think there's a little confusion on that.
We'll make that clarification.
Des, do you want to comment on 4B?
Yeah, it's on transparency.
Yes.
So I want to talk on transparency too.
The Transparency Act,
Yeah,
correct.
Transparency Act. Who brought that forward, Miguel? Thank you. We need that, especially what's going to happen when he leaves, because we ain't going to have too many people holding you guys accountable, huh? So we need that Transparency Act, especially with what's happening up here on the board. Where is the transparency when you guys built this ad hoc committee? Only Jerry Dyer and you were the only ones that are under the understanding. It wasn't until this morning that you chose your third person. So where's the transparency in that? Where's the transparency in allowing us to be able to be a part of a policy committee? Where's the transparency in how can you, since you want to answer questions today, where's the transparency in 2 weeks ago when you allowed a violation of the Brown Act to happen while you're a president of the city council? And what I'm talking about is there was no transparency to tell us or explain to us why one gentleman got to speak on unscheduled communication and then the rest of us had to wait 4 hours. Where's the transparency on that? I believe Nilson Esparza, the vice president, stated on record that the acting council president, Mike Carbasi, asked specifically to allow this one gentleman to speak on unscheduled communication before you broke to lunch, and then made the rest of us wait. And there's no transparency in that because we didn't know what he was going to talk about. But this county, I believe he lives in the county, spoke at a city council meeting? There's no transparency in that. Is there somewhere where county members get to speak before city residents at a city council meeting? Is there any transparency in the 20 extra seconds that he got and I was cut off at 3 minutes exactly? Is there any transparency that you can show me that is transparent enough for me to read and understand why this man that is a tax bracket a lot higher than me, and his skin's a lot lighter than mine, got to speak for 3 minutes and 20 seconds, why they got to come over here and do this? I want you to be transparent since you're answering questions today, Mr. Kabasi. Please be transparent and explain to me why you allowed this man and his 4 friends to come up and speak against the unhoused community, okay? Because they want to cut off a road. Guess what? I went down that road. There ain't no damn homeless people over there. There ain't no damn tents. When did he even take that picture? I want to see the data on that. I want to see the date printed on the picture that he took. Where's the transparency? Because I mean, we got 24 seconds. You got 24 seconds to answer my questions since you're answering questions. Unless you don't want to be transparent with me, and you only want to be transparent when you want to try and make it seem as if you know what you're doing in that seat. Let's be transparent. You're not. You don't know because you have to keep on asking questions to verify, are you really know what you're talking about? We're all learning here. Be transparent.
Thank you, and that is your time. Any members of the public wishing to speak on item 4B, you'll have 3 minutes to come forward.
You're not going to answer?
Anyone else? Yes, please come on forward, ma'am. Yes.
So I'm going to be completely transparent.
It's okay. What's going on?
I am not aware of 4B. I'm new here. I was just asking questions my first time. And I do have a public card to speak on later.
Yes, and I have your cards here.
And
Yeah.
lovely. So when do you break for lunch typically? And I do see that
Yeah.
it says there's no specific time for unscheduled communication, but you all are paid to be here.
Mm-hmm.
We are not. We're taking time off from work,
Right.
obligations, and we're here to speak to you because you represent us.
Mhm.
I call my representatives almost every day.
I apologize. Is this about 4B?
No, I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're doing a great job. I think
But-
what you're talking about is unscheduled, so we will come back to that.
And I'm sorry, when is that, when will you come back to that? I kind of missed
Yeah,
you
it
here.
could
There's
be
a lot
at
of
any,
commotion.
the thing is, it could be at any time of the day. Sometimes if there's a hole before lunch, we'll hear someone talk then. If not, it'll be any time after. But typically, it's been after we conclude business or closed session. Typically, it's how it works. That's why I gave these folks here kind of an idea that it's probably going to be after lunch. So we still have more business to get to.
I'm so sorry, what time do you break for lunch?
Typically 12, unless we're in the middle of an item, and we'll delay that.
Wonderful, thank you for your time.
Well, and we'll let you know right when we adjourn what time we'll come back from lunch. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
I just want to
Yes.
speak on the Transparency Act as well. And before I start, I just also wanted to respectfully mention that Keith Porter Jr. also died. He was a black man. He was killed by ICE. There were comments made earlier, and we forgot to mention him, so I wanted to make sure that he was included in our mention. When we talk about transparency, the issue for me is that a lot of your processes are expedited. And through the expedition, what happens is that you don't give a chance for if someone in the community wants to come out and make a comment. When you put things on consent agendas that are major laws, right? What it does is it does not allow community members to rearrange their schedules. Like today I wanted to speak. I had a meeting that I could not unschedule, so I had to leave and come back, right? So I think the concern, and I really love that there was the proposal put through for the Transparency Act, because I really would like for you guys to look at those processes as well and be really mindful of what laws it is that you're placing on that consent agenda. Because again, for the community, accountability, transparency does not equal trust. What equals trust is for us to be able to trace what is being said. I, as an HR professional, was actually looking forward to the discussion that I expected to see in regards to the wage and hour violations being moved from civil to criminal so that I could advise my clients properly. However, there was no discussion for me to go back and look at. When I looked at the agenda item on December 18th, you guys had put it under consent and passed it through like you weren't affecting all of the business owners in Fresno. That is a problem. Des has the same issue. You guys put on the consent agenda issues that have to do with the unhoused community. Her passion, her need is to advocate for those who have the same lived experience as her. You guys need to give us the opportunity to be able to arrange our schedules to work with you without expediting policy, without input from the community. I promise you, I would have had things to say on behalf of all of the clients that I work with in Fresno City and in the county. I would have had something to say about that policy, and you passed it on the consent agenda. Be mindful of what you're doing. The laws and policies that you guys are making impact the everyday lives of people that live in this community, and we have voted for you to sit in these seats. We have voted for you to sit in these seats. Tyler, I live in District 4. That was your bill. That was your policy that came through. I was very disappointed that it was not on. Please direct your comments to me.
Our rules require you to direct
I was
the chair.
very disappointed that it was not up for.
Thank you so much for your time. We've heard you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more members of the public wishing to comment on item 4B as in Bravo? Okay. Public comment is closed on this item. Councilmember Arias, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to try and keep this short. I know it's an important issue for the public, but I also want to be clear about what we're doing, what we're proposing to do today with this item. In general, as we all know, the city's business is the public's business. All our documents are essentially public, absent of things related to personnel matters, legal, pending litigation. And in that, we have a process to be open with the public. In a 6-month period from July to December of last year, the city received 4,692 requests for public records. In those 6 months, it reviewed more than 630,000 documents to respond to those public records. In my experience, you get public transparency in 2 ways. One, what we proactively put out in the public domain, and how easy we make it for people to review and search the documents. And 2, how quickly we respond to public records requests. Somebody might have a very specific request. And in my view, we can make improvements on those 2 sides. We currently fund about 6 positions in the city attorney's office to handle those thousands of requests for public records. If we simply make more information available, like other jurisdictions have, in one single site online that's searchable, it would actually allow us to not have to spend so much time in the back end with attorneys reviewing public records and responding to public records requests. And it would make it more efficient and easier for the public to receive information, especially for documents that don't come to this council, because under the rules, they don't have to be adopted by this council because they're typically under $100,000. So what my item simply does, and I do want to make a note, nobody on this dais, including the city manager and her staff, violated any of the contracting rules. The checks and balances in the system did work. The process for obtaining legal advice on how contract rules are and how they should be interpreted was provided. So what we're simply in a position in is having to reaffirm what the intent of those rules are and clarify, what those rules are for contracts under $100,000 that don't come to this council for approval. In my proposal, we simply clarify that $100,000 means $100,000. It doesn't mean that you can bill the city for an additional $50,000 for pass-through services and avoid public disclosure by having the council approve such a contract. So if your contract is for $5 and you submitted $200,000 in pass-through, that is not the intention to not have that in a public council meeting agenda. So this item makes it very clear that the $100,000 mark includes for the contract itself and for any pass-through services associated to that. Secondly, it clarifies that when we mean a year, we're choosing the fiscal year. Sometimes a year can mean the end of the calendar year or the end of the fiscal year. We want everybody in every department to clearly use fiscal year because that's how we adopt our budgets, based on fiscal years. If we're approving a budget that tells us that each department has this much authority to spend, then contracts should also be based on that fiscal year. And then secondly, it addresses what I think could save us some time on public records requests. It creates one single location online for a transparency hub where every contract in the city would be available and searchable and reviewable. Campaign reports that we all by law have to file, so you can tell who gives me $5 or $5,000 would be in the same location. Behest payments, when I ask PG&E to fund an ice ring and they contribute towards the ice ring, that will be located there too. Any contracts under $100,000 by any of the authorizing charter officers would be located there. Any financial disclosures, we all have to disclose, whether we have a conflict with a job or revenue source or at a physical address, those would be located there. And the contracts for a lobbyist, who is lobbying the city and on whose behalf are they lobbying? All those would be in one single location. City of San Diego, City of Oakland, Fresno, major cities, larger than us, smaller than us, have all done this. And I do believe it has helped with the accessibility of public information and also would help the city of Fresno in not having to spend so much time on the back end processing public records requests. Because it is unreasonable for somebody in the public to ask for a contract and for the city to take months to provide that contract. It's a public contract. It should have been much more flexible. With the ability of technology today, we can easily do this better for everyone involved. So that's it, the essence of my proposal. It affirms what the intent of the rules are. It clarifies the annual, the year to be the fiscal year, and it creates one hub for the information that's already exists in the system, just at different websites and different locations, all into one hub. And it allows the administration to work with the council for the next 60 days to work on this hub, because we know it's not created overnight, and to look at other examples of how people have done it better. So those are my suggestions. I'm open to the comments from the council, and we can proceed.
Thank you so much. Next, we have punched up Councilmember Vang, followed by Councilmember Perea.
My colleague from District 3 hit many of the points that I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to add to the conversation here, but first I want to thank the people who provided comments on this particular item. And just to say that this item and the previous item are not exclusive. They can work in tandem with ideas being exchanged. This is one example of best practice. The intent of this Transparency Act was to make sure that it is transparent, that taxpayers' dollars that were spent, that were reported, and that were held accountable. That was the intent. And I think this is one step in that direction that before, perhaps maybe it was better practice, but this, I believe, legislation will make it a better legislation and will make it a best practice. My colleague from District 3 mentioned that to make it less cumbersome, to have the reporting process being streamlined. We have some of the smartest people with the best technology here in the city, and we can put all of those contracts together in one easy, accessible to the public. Right now, I believe we have two portals where you go from one to another and it becomes cumbersome. And this discussion came about because it took the Fresno land 8 months to go through the city's attorney's office to get some records for them to write an article. It should not take the public 8 months just to get their hands on a few contracts by the city of Fresno. I understand that we have 6 people, but imagine a time frame of 6 months, we have over 4,000 requests. That is a lot of requests. But again, looking at other jurisdictions, there are other cities the size of Fresno who has a better way of streamlining, putting their records together and be easier for the public to access that. And this legislation here, introduced by my colleague from District 3, will make that easier. And I look forward to the next 60 days or so to see in which direction we can improve, not only in terms of reporting, but in terms of making it even a tighter legislation. And so I look forward to hear from the administration and working with the council members here to make this truly the Transparency Act as it was intended several years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Councilmember Perea, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Just a clarifying question. The changes to this ordinance, is it limited to just what's in this resolution? Or what if the city manager comes back and presents additional changes? Are you guys open to that, or are you just wanting to focus on what's in the resolution?
What I would present, Councilwoman Perea, is I present that we consider this as is, and if the city manager has additional changes, that she engages with the ad hoc committee, because there might be other changes that are requested beyond this particular document and this particular act. From my perspective, I think we should give all city departments clarity today on these very simple adjustments. And if there's a need for a much broader rewrite, that it be done when the committee meets and reviews all the other acts that they're considering.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, because I think this is a good start. It's a start. I think there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. A lot of these forms listed are ones that we already publicly disclose, whether it's our Form 700s, the list of the lobbyists. But the main purpose of, or one of the main purposes of this item is to consolidate everything into one easy to access page, correct? Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that. My last point, you know, I said it already, but you know, there is still a lot more work to do on this, and so I appreciate that we did establish the ad hoc committee. I would have liked to have seen this go before that committee first, and then we take everything at once. I think this is sort of piecemealed, but this is necessary, and so I will be supporting this today. It does require us to consolidate all of these public documents within 30 days. Is that correct? It says this database shall be operational within 30 days.
Yes.
That's, I believe, I'm punch dump as well on my
Or
comments,
after,
but
Nelson, yes.
I don't believe that 30 days is realistic. I mean, I'm going to just answer that, and then I'll save the rest of my comments for when I get called on.
Realistically, City Manager, how much time would you need to consolidate everything that's required in this resolution?
TJ, with whatever ISD is working on in addition, because they'd be the one that would have to create the new portal. I do agree. I've seen San Diego's, which I think is really, really good. So I like what that looks like, but I haven't had a chance to talk to staff to see what
City
would
Manager, would it be easier for us to agree within 30 days you'll have all the links in the same page, and then we can take the time to develop a database that's searchable?
I think that is absolutely reasonable. We could put a single page and move everything to one place. I would suggest the clerk's office. Right now we have stuff under personnel, which I think is kind of odd. So I think moving all those links to one page is no problem. That can be done quickly, but a brand new portal, I think is going to take more time, and I just haven't had a chance to ask staff how long they think it will take.
I'll just conclude by saying that I do appreciate my colleague for bringing this forward. It's a good start. I think we have a long way to go, but I will be supportive of this resolution today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilmember. Council Vice President.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. Yeah, thanks to my colleague for bringing this forward. It's very straightforward, I think, measure that we should certainly take. My primary concern, again, revolves around what already came up, and that's the timeline. My concern there, right, is I think a lot about this about the future, given that I've only got 11 months and change left here in the on the council. And we've passed a number of these different resolutions that have timelines for the administration, and it's very common and frequent that those timelines get blown past by without them bringing back whatever it might be. Things that I consider to be of higher priority in actual policy and projects. And so I, just thinking about, just in my mind, a few of the projects that I have that have timelines that we got to follow up on. We're the legislative branch. We make policy and direct. The admin to execute is the executive branch. And I've very cognizant of the capacity that they do have, the limited capacity that they do have. And so while I do believe this resolution should be a priority, to me it is not currently the highest priority next to other projects that have kind of come before. And so I support this, but to me it'd be ideal if we did remove those timelines with respect to sort of forcing the capacity in this direction. I think the links on one page, hopefully that's pretty easy to do. But the development of kind of this system that we're seeking to put together, I mean, it's going to be a lift. I mean, and I think it's going to probably involve staff time beyond ISD from different departments. Probably a lot of time for our city attorney's office. And so, just as somebody who's cognizant of my limited time here and the capacity I'm going to try to squeeze out of this administration to execute before I get out of this building, I'd ask that we remove that timeline. I sat down earlier this month with my staff. We did our kind of annual planning and put together our policy priorities and resolutions and ordinances that we'll be bringing forward, working on this this coming year or this year, 2026. And again, I've got a pretty aggressive agenda, as I'm sure other folks do. We all do it differently. Some of us proactively, some of us reactively, as we're seeing here with respect to this particular resolution. And to be clear, we are reacting, right? We're reacting to a situation where, as was noted, the parameters were set. I mean, things are available to the public, maybe not in an ideal format, but things are available. We have our rules and processes that are generally followed by all of us here. And so, things are sort of in a holding pattern and okay right now, despite maybe some previous transgressions. So something we should definitely do. I'm just cognizant of sort of forcing admin capacity on this when I do feel, we've sort of been waiting on other projects. And that's not to knock you. I mean, you keep in touch about, what might be holding it up. Again, just don't want this to sort of crowd the line because, simply because we're doing it in response to sort of public scrutiny. I mean, certainly we're open to criticism here and things can always be made better. But I think we got to stay clear-headed and press forward and, put things in order. So,
Council member,
that's my suggestion.
If I may, based on your input, and I do appreciate your point. We're getting into budget development, and that's where the city manager's head is 9% of the time. But her point as well, most of these things already operate somewhere in the city clerk universe. So if we were to make the adjustment to resolution that instead of directing the city manager to take lead, that we direct the city clerk to take lead, since the hub is going to be located in her umbrella, would that be sufficient? And 30 days would still be the target, but she can report back to us based on when she assesses with department heads and IT, whether that's feasible or not feasible. I just don't want to eliminate a timeline completely because then it'll never get done. So would that address the concerns if we redirect instead the city manager, the city clerk to work on this as a primary lead and then to remain 30 days as a target?
It would certainly mitigate my concerns. I think I have different concerns there, just in terms of, we obviously have an interim, so that interim would be, starting the process. But certainly having them initiate, I think that's that's going the right direction, and then we can kind of go from there and see as we go down this path, what resources it really takes. And for all we know, maybe perhaps it is easier. We've been here long enough to know that some of these projects take a long time and a lot of energy and a lot of resources.
She is officially the record keeper of the city, so.
Yeah, no. I think it'd be great to have the city clerk initiate this.
We definitely have the capacity to initiate it. We will need to work closely with the city manager's office as well as the other department heads to do this. I think that within 30 days, we can definitely have a plan for all of the items that need to be included in that central link location. Whether or not we're able to get them all there within 30 days will depend on also the capacities of city manager as well as the other departments, but we can definitely have a cohesive list and plan for moving forward.
I appreciate that, City Clerk. Thank you.
If I may, Council President, I'll make a motion to approve the item with the revision that we direct the city clerk to take the lead on bringing this to fruition in collaboration with the city manager and other departments.
Been seconded by Councilmember Vang, but I do have city manager punched up with some questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to, in paragraph 1A, the part that I'm concerned about is the searchable database. This database shall be operational within 30 days. That is impossible. What we're talking about is moving all the links to one place is doable, but leaving that language is, I'm telling you right now, there's no way that we can.
Let me ask for clarification. Did you amend your motion to reflect
the intent is to amend it to make the 30 days the target, not to make it fully searchable and operational within 30 days. I recognize for the short term, within 30 days, establish all the links in the same site, establish a web page, which is possible, and then get back to us on an actual plan on how it be searchable and what would it take to get there.
Okay, that's helpful. I do, Council President, I do have
Yes,
some
go
questions
ahead.
and comments. Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question on the searchable thing?
My colleague reminded me that we made flag posts in 24 hours out of light posts, so it's possible.
I'm just curious, other than media, did any council members get any members of the public actually contact them or email them requesting searchable databases? You're the only one. Okay, nothing. Not even anyone from the public commented about this. I'm just curious. Okay, so it's not responding to public pressure, it's media. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah. True.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just really want to make sure also that it's crystal clear if we're going to move forward with this resolution. Paragraph 1B, contracting authority for all city officials shall renew each fiscal year such that city officials shall not enter into one or more contracts which have the same or similar scope of work in excess of their contracting authority. I want to make it crystal clear on the record that we have the authority to enter into multiple contracts with the same vendor for different scopes of work. I want to make sure that that's crystal clear.
I think the language is similar or the same is not allowed, but different is. That's my English reading of the language.
Can you give us an example of how
I need the city attorney's office to, because how we've been operating is multiple contracts to the same vendor for different projects. We're not limited to $100,000 per vendor.
I'd like an example of how this can hurt public service. Consulting contracts for council offices is one thing. I'm wondering with other departments with public services, how that's what I'm worried about.
99.8% of what we do are things that are public works in nature. Public utilities are going out and fixing things in districts. We still follow a competitive process. We're still required to do an RFP, RFQ, or uniquely qualified finding. We don't just give contracts. We go through a process. We just don't have to bring them to council currently if they're under $100,000. So a garage repair, a roof repair in a garage 11 may be $75,000. Stairs repair in garage 2 may be $80,000. We can do that right now, and I want to make sure that this language does not limit our ability to continue to do that.
That is correct. It would not limit your ability to do that. It is judged on a per project basis. So if the projects would have to be the same or similar in order for that prohibition to take place.
Okay, once again, I want to make it crystal clear. A roof repair in one garage is
Let
completely
me ask you
different
this.
from a
Can
roof
we,
repair
council
in a
members,
different
can we do
garage.
this? Can we limit this provision to council offices and consultant contracts? That's the root of the issue, where the media scrutiny came from.
No,
And then we can come
Councilmember,
back and fix this.
When we create rules, we create rules for all departments. So
But the
that we're all
impact is
playing under the
different.
same rules.
No one was questioning. This is why I wanted a committee to review this to
Council
answer these
President,
questions.
I understand. The city manager requested clarification. City attorney has given the clarification. I think we're clear. If there's a roof repair on one garage and a roof repair on the Fresno Museum, those are separate scope of work.
Okay.
So it's allowable.
Okay, thank you.
Is that sufficient? Okay.
Another question, and this is silent on this, and I want to make sure that I'm operating under the correct understanding. Currently, on council-initiated contracts, those don't go through the administration. So the council executes a contract for under $100,000, and the council receives the invoices for those contracts. When the council offices submit the invoices for payment, it is the council's responsibility to make sure that that invoice is legit and complies with the contract that they executed. We do not have oversight over that. That has
Absolutely.
been... Okay.
Absolutely. Just the way is when you sign off on an invoice, you are attesting that the invoice is legitimate.
Correct.
Same thing applies, same rules.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear that I don't have oversight authority on these types of contracts. I do have oversight authority on credit cards and other expenses because you guys have passed a resolution that says you're going to abide by my AOs.
I apologize. I think if it's okay, if it's sufficient, we'd like to call the question. Is that okay?
Fine, go.
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, City Manager, for your patience. We're going to call the question now. Motion's been made, seconded. Any opposition to the motion on the table? There being none, it passes 7-0. Thank you very much for your patience. We're going to come back from lunch at, does 1:30 or 1:45 council? 1:45. We do have the special meeting. We do have closed session. For folks that are here for unscheduled or maybe listening or coming back for unscheduled, just to give you a heads up, when we come back, we're going to open our special meeting up. Then we're going to take public comment on that. And then we're going to go back and finish closed session and then come back for unscheduled. So there'll be a little bit of a wait. I want to keep you advised as much as possible of how this process works. So we will be back at 1:45. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, thank you so much for being patient. We do have a quorum, so we're going to start the meeting. It is 1:50 p.m. Now, we do also have a special meeting notice today that was at 11 a.m. And City Clerk, the process for this will be, we will take roll, open that meeting, take roll like it's a regular meeting, and then, of course, we will talk about what's in closed session, do public comment, and then we will break for closed session. Correct? Okay.
Needing to approve the agenda.
Great. So what I'll do is I'll call the special meeting to order at 1:51 p.m. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
All right, Councilmember Perea. Council President Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Council Vice President Esparza.
He's here. He'll be in shortly, but he's not here for this moment, but he's in the building.
At the very moment, we have 4 members present. We do have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Would anyone, sorry. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 4-0. Now, if you would announce the title of the item, and then we'll take public comment on that, please. And this is for our 11 a.m. special meeting notice. Agenda.
Thank you. Yes, this is on item A on the regular agenda, the special meeting, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D, subsection 4, 1 potential case.
Okay. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on the special meeting closed session item? If you'd like to do so, please do come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. Last call for anyone wishing to speak on the special meeting closed session item. There being none, we are going to close the public comment portion of the special meeting item. What we're going to do is we're going to break for closed session. City Attorney or City Clerk, if you would read the remaining items on the closed session roster as well for the regular meeting.
Yes, today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Gray versus City of Fresno.
Great. Thank you all very much. We're going to break for closed session right now. We will be back. I don't have an exact time. I don't think it'll take that long. And we'll be back and get to unscheduled communication after reporting anything out of closed session. Thank you all. 2:49. Thank you so much, folks, for your patience. Is there, City Attorney, real quick, I'm sorry, is there anything to report at a closed session?
No report today.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to resume with the remainder of the meeting, and you've all been patient. This is the unscheduled communication portion. I do have cards filled out. Everyone gets 3 minutes. I'm going to go and, I mean, there's no particular, if anyone wants to go in a particular order, let me know, but we're just going to go through the cards. And if you haven't filled out a card, please do fill out a card so I can make sure you're called. First one I have is Jennifer Casey. You okay with going first? Okay, how about, and I'll hold your card. What's your name? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, let me, thank you. Just want to make sure I get to your card so I can, please go ahead and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, so a lot of you guys know me by Elaine Gonzalez, Mel Garcia.
Sorry.
Through Mel's Mutts, and I'm co-founder of California Spay. I want to say, first of all, that for 2 years we have been working with the shelter, one on, side by side, myself and California Spay. And even to the point where when you guys first took over, Alma called me personally to see where to buy dog food at because there was no dog food on the shelves. So when I say that we've been working with the shelter, we really have, and we've been partnering with them. But it's been 2 years, and we were told that modified intake would be for 60 days, and we are 2 years into this now. And in these 2 years, what has happened is all of these dogs that are being left out on the streets are multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. And nobody wants dogs to be euthanized. We don't want dogs to be euthanized. So what we're offering is we have a public spay and neuter program. We need the funding. I know, Mr. Richardson, you said that everybody has been emailing you to contact a program that can help. Well, we are the program. We've partnered with the city. We're California Spay. We have a contract with you guys. Originally, the contract was supposed to be for $100,000. We have, for 2 years, I believe we've received not even $70,000, which is not even close to what we originally were told. However, we have made that $70,000 stretch, and we have over 2,000 dogs that we have fixed through our program since we started. We have the ability to do it. We have the SNP bus waiting on us. In fact, they're coming this weekend. We just need you guys to realize that in order to prevent the dogs from entering the shelter, from getting the calls you guys are getting, from getting the complaints, we need to stop this ahead of time. And the only way to do that is to support public spay and neuter. Not the shelter dogs, because the shelter vet can handle that. We owe it to our community members that are asking for help. And we really are begging for help. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm just a citizen of Fresno. I live in Northeast Fresno, but I have been involved doing rescue and fostering for many years. But when I began doing this maybe a decade ago, I knew there were stray dogs and I wanted to help, but I started fostering shelter dogs and rescue dogs. But I would say over the last several years, I now, where I live in Northeast Fresno, that never had this problem, am witnessing more stray dogs than I've ever seen before, and reporting dead dogs, and cats too, but this is about the dogs. I have I've taken dogs off the streets. I've paid for them. I've paid thousands of dollars, thousands, to get them fixed, to provide them medical care, vaccinations, and get them adopted on my own, and fostering for some of these people here. Lately, I'm seeing it more and more. In the last month, I've picked up in my area, and with some friends, 3 stray dogs. I've photographed several stray dogs over off of, it's the Trader Joe's shopping center. What is that one called? I'm not sure. Up across from Woodward Park, and brought food for dogs that I couldn't get, and in Woodward Park, and saw some dead dogs. And I work for Fresno City College, and on my way, and also when I teach at West Fresno, I have called in just in the last month, 2 dead dogs and picked up another dog that I had to bring to the shelter. There should be no dogs on the streets that are not spayed and neutered. There should be no dogs on the streets that are seniors, puppies, injured. There are packs of dogs, and like she talked about, I open up my Facebook account or my Nextdoor account, and dozens and dozens and dozens of posts every single day of photographing stray dogs, abandoned dogs, people seeing people dump their dogs. Now, packs of dogs, just yesterday. Big dogs, large dogs, German Shepherds, Pit Bulls, 50 to 100-pound dogs in packs, 5, 6, 7, 10 dogs. That should not be. We're in a crisis. It's unexcusable that we're not doing something, that we're not being proactive. And so I know right now we are coming here to ask that these dogs on the streets, but people also who are low income and have dogs and need to have the support and the resources to get their dogs fixed, spayed, and neutering, to try to prevent this crisis from continuing to grow. All right, so I'm urging.
Thank you so much. And your name was Jennifer, correct? Thank you. Your name was Jennifer, correct? Yes. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Wendy Walker. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman. My name is Wendy Walker. I'm a resident of Northwest Fresno and have been the beneficiary of a rescue dog that worked for me for a number of years. But as I've noticed this problem that is ongoing now, and in doing just the most brief amount of homework, I've seen the quotes and the video from Mayor Dyer about the council's and his policy to be proactive in the need for pet control and pet population. And in broad strokes, he said, we need to be proactive to prevent children from getting killed by stray dogs. I thought that was an interesting perspective and not one that I really had focused in on. But it is one, and if the chief is saying it, if the mayor is saying it, he must have seen it at some point. I also noticed in 2023 that the budget just for animal control was $1.7 million. And I know that's for the city, but it seems to me that the amount of money that we're talking about for each district is not so high, not so great, that we can't do something about this. And, you know, as was mentioned, the Animal Control Center, they have their spay and neuter programs for those animals that go through there. And a lot of us, you know, foster those dogs. But we need to help the people who need the help for their animals too. So if there's some consideration that can be made for these, it would really make a difference to a lot of folks, and especially these animals.
Thank you. You have another minute if you'd like to. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you for coming in. And thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Larry Torres. Larry, are you here? We have, it just says brunette. Sorry. Is that your card? Okay. On the issue of heat, or group affiliations, heat,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. It was a shock to hear you guys pass something having to do with accountability, because we had a meeting a few weeks ago where one of your council members, I'm in District 3, showed up with a roundabout in our area, and we didn't know anything about it. He presented it to the few people that found out at the last minute. We had to hurry up and get to the meeting from 20 years ago. And we addressed your council member about that 20 years ago. There was no such thing in the plan for Southwest Fresno 20 years ago. We're not being informed. We keep coming here telling you the same thing. You're having planning to come out to our area. You're doing things even now the community did not have any vote in it. They got a steering committee, which you guys get together and put them there. They don't inform us of what's going on. And that was his first, maybe second meeting he's had since he's been in office. So he's about to be out now. You're a council member. You guys vote on everything having to do with Southwest Fresno. We're tired of it. It doesn't matter whether you retire. Federal funds is involved. They came in talking about they secured the federal funds and didn't ask us anything. They get the money, then come to our district, and then want to say this is something we did. We did not do that. We did not vote for that. We do not want that. Even everything that's going on. You built apartments next to a landfill. You dug up the ground. I don't even know if you told the people that's going to live in that area. Our area is the worst area in the state of California. That's what you guys have presented. So I'm addressing you because you want me to address you. But see, this doesn't make any sense. We have the highest air pollution in West Fresno alone. We have the worst education, so the paperwork say, so your books say, the Southwest Fresno specific plan, we're the dumbest. That was a statement that was made, and you guys passed it. We're tired of it. We don't have any representative. When we come to you, you guys just, I don't even know how you guys going to pass something, accountability. You should have did that from the beginning. You shouldn't have to pass a law like that.
Thank you, Brunette. The next speaker is Kristen Monroe. Thank you for being patient. Yeah.
Thank you. It's been a long morning.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your time, and thank you for everyone who's actively paying attention to people who are speaking. I really appreciate that. My name is Kristen. I'm a former educator. I taught grades TK through second, and I am a current prospective PhD applicant with a focus on immigration, as well as an immigration research assistant. This is my first time speaking in this forum, so please bear with me. I'm going to look at my phone. I'm here to speak about ICE's role in our country, but also our community, and it does trickle down. Last week in Minnesota, we saw I'm going to get emotional, 5-year-old little boy who was used as bait, who was detained, and then sent states away with his father into Dilley, Texas, in a detention facility. This child, along with their family members, entered the country legally under the CBP1 app, and were in the active status of obtaining asylum status. We also saw an ICU nurse in the same week shot dead in the street while trying to get 2 women to safety and away from an ICE agent. He was trying to get them out of the road. Along with active asylum seekers as well as undocumented individuals being taken, we have U.S. citizens being detained who have not been able to meet with their retained counsel. That's absolutely unacceptable and goes against their 5th and 6th Amendment rights. When we have the militarization of law enforcement, so we're talking tactical gear, large caliber weapons, tear gas, it doesn't end well for anyone. Law enforcement, civilians, and the relationship and trust built in between. We want to trust our law enforcement, including federal agents. When ICE is creating chaos with doors kicked in, cars abandoned, people taken, our neighbors taken, it creates an us versus them dynamic where us as civilians do not feel safe in our own communities. It's uncomfortable for me to go on my daily walk wondering if I'm going to see my landscaper taken. Very upsetting. The militarization, to me, community is support, it is safety, it is shared experiences, consistency, and ultimately the love that we share for each other as human beings, neighbors, and the love that we share for our shared space. The militarization of law enforcement jeopardizes that and will ultimately lead to its destruction. We've seen it before, we'll see it again. We would never allow our local law enforcement to keep attorneys from their clients or misplacing people they apprehend, as we've seen with Native Americans, or entering homes without judicial warrants, or anything else that's happened. So why would we allow federal agents to come into our neighborhoods and do that to our neighbors? I have very little time left, so I'm going to skip ahead. But my question to you is, what proactive measures will the city put in place to protect all members of our community? I'm out of time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our Our next speaker will be Caroline Harris. Is that correct? Come on up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caroline. I am here with a lot of my peers to talk to you about our animal crisis here in our community, our backyard. I don't know how many of you have personal animals of your own. If you do, I'm sure you love and you care for them. You want them to be safe, have good homes. In our community right now, in all of your districts, there are animals running around attacking your household pets, attacking humans, attacking, breeding on the streets, having litters of their own babies on the streets. It's gotten out of control in our city. It's our city. You guys want to protect your community, our city. We want to also, and that's what we're here to talk to you about, is putting more funding into spaying and neuter clinics. We have a spay and neuter clinic here. The money is not going, the money that we have is not able to cover the crisis that our community is in. I'm here, I took my entire day off of work because I am passionate about the animals in our city and want better for them, and you guys should want better for our city and the people that live here and the animals. And that's it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shar Thompson. Shar, are you with us?
Okay. We're going to move on to Gabriel Lozano. Thank you. Thanks. Sir.
I want to speak on two things. Can I speak on both of them right now? For
You can speak on anything you want within 3 minutes. It's all within 3 minutes. So you can speak. It's
I was
unscheduled.
promised I can speak on 3 minutes for each
It's
topic.
not 3 minutes each. Everything you want to speak on is 3 minutes total for unscheduled communication.
Okay, so real quick, on the Blackstone corridor, on the buildings burned, that's about 8 large buildings already burned on there. I live right off of it. On spare neutering, I agree with all of them. On everything I promote, or I align with them. One of the things I called, I found a dead dog at Manchester. I called Airway Drive. They shot me back to 311. Dog still hasn't been picked up. 3 days, a lot of kids and stuff. We need to respect the animals and stuff like that. And also, my 2 dogs have been spayed and neutered through their program. It works. The other thing is smart mobility. 12 people have died in Southeast Fresno, District 5 and District 7. So we need to promote that. We need to put more money into that. I think most of them are unhoused. We need to create better policies for it, enforce the policies, improve the infrastructure, and we need to put more money through the state levels and advocate for that. The city needs to work with the school districts to get this information out. We need to work faster on safe routes to school and the program that you guys got a grant for $300,000. And I think that we need to also reach the unhoused community, not be punitive with it, but 80% of what has passed away in Southeast Fresno, respecting that community, I think we need to reach out to them in a non-punitive way and to inform them that there's better ways on crossing the road. And also the school district. Yesterday I walked right by the high school. They walked right across the street and could have gotten hit. So I think we need to improve on that, and we need to do it from a city standpoint in all districts. But District 5, we need to put more money into that. Our budget was terrible last year on all phases of topics, so we need to improve on that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
You have another minute if you want. You have another minute, Gabriel, if you want. Gabriel, your time's not done yet. You have another minute.
Another minute? Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot of the roads, Kings Canyon, Avenida Cesar Chavez, Kings Canyon, I've been here since '67. And so we need to improve on a lot of the roads, the infrastructure, and it's in disrepair. I counted in the Peach and Avenida Cesar Chavez about 10 potholes. We look at the AT plan and Vision Zero, right? They did the outreach in Southeast towards the back end of it. District 5 was ignored. I think we need to improve that, but I also need to acknowledge that Public Works is understaffed, and I'd like to create a better recruitment for those departments, and I appreciate what's been done, but I think we need more. We need a lot more. Southeast, District 5, it has a lot of country and city, the most.
Thank you, and that's your time. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Next, we have Larry Holt.
Hello. So I have been doing rescue here with a rescue organization in Fresno for the last 10 years. Myself and Mel started a spay and neuter program with the city of Fresno when we realized that we just can't rescue our way out of this problem. I am here today because our situation has not improved, but it has worsened since the closed intake at the shelter, or the modified intake. Dogs are being turned away, and when there is no space, these animals don't disappear. They end up on our streets. They are hit by cars, attacked by other dogs, starved, exposed to extreme heat and cold, and dying from preventable illnesses. And the hardest truth is this: because they are not spayed and neutered, the cycle never stops. We are not just dealing with stray dogs, we are dealing with unchecked reproduction. One unfixed dog can produce hundreds of offspring in just a few years. Every day we delay action, the problem grows larger, more expensive, and more heartbreaking. Right now, the city is moving toward increased euthanasia as a response to overcrowding. But that's not the solution, it's the end result of inaction. We are here today asking for prevention. Specifically, we are requesting the immediate funds for low-cost and free spay and neuter services for our community, and we are not here with demands alone, we are here with solutions. The good news is we are ready right now. We have our veterinarian offices on standby, the SNP bus is on standby, and we just received an email from Hope, who is also on board with us to give us spay and neuter spots. This is not a future plan, we can begin immediately. Mass spay and neuter works. Cities that invest in prevention see measurable reductions in shelter intake, euthanasia, and public safety concerns. It's the most humane, effective, and fiscally responsible approach available. And here is a critical fact that cannot be ignored. Our city shelter operates on an annual budget of approximately $9 million, yet $0 are currently line item for spay and neuter prevention programs. That means millions of tax dollars are being spent responding to the aftermath, housing, medical care, feeding, staffing, and euthanasia, while nothing is invested in stopping the problem at source. This is not a funding problem, this is a prevention gap. This is not about placing blame, it's about making a decision. Today, this council has the ability to change the trajectory of this crisis. Not next year, not after another story, but now. The question for you is simple. Will Fresno continue to paying for the consequences of overpopulation, or finally invest in stopping it? We are ready, our community is ready, and the animals cannot wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And forgive me if I pronounce this incorrectly, I can't read it quite well. Is it APEC Parada? April? I'm sorry. Okay, April, that makes more sense. Okay, April. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is April, and I'm here as a mother who sees the crisis through my daughter's eyes every day. All three of my daughters work in Fresno shelters, one for the city and two for the county. They come home exhausted, heartbroken, and carrying the weight of impossible decisions because there are simply too many animals, not enough resources. This isn't a lack of care, it's a lack of prevention. Spay and neuter funding saves lives before they ever reach a shelter cage. Please release these funds, give our community, our shelter workers, and these animals a fighting chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kim Bryant?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kim Bryant. Don't start my time yet.
Okay.
I can't.
We'll reset it.
I can't find my thingy.
Council President, just a quick point, too. Just so everyone knows, when you come up to the microphone there's a little switch in the top left. You can move it down to lower it to your height level or up.
Okay.
Can you reset our time, please? Oh, you did? Thank you. We're good.
I found it.
Okay, there we go.
My name is Kim, and I am a foster mom for a local rescue here in Fresno. I'm here today to urge the council to stand with us, the animal advocates and the rescuers who work tirelessly every single day to protect the animals in our community. The overpopulation crisis has become overwhelming since the city took control and closed open intake to the shelter. As a result, every day, citizens are being forced to pick the slack or leave dogs on the street to die. Those who step up are then put in an impossible position, risking fines or breaking city laws simply because they are trying to save lives. On top of all that, the same residents are paying out of their pocket for food, medical care, veterinarian bills that should not fall entirely on the public. Compassion should not be punished. It is time for the city to step in and step up by providing the funding necessarily for the mass spay and neuter programs. Prevention is the only way to truly address this crisis, and it requires collaboration. We must work together as a team. I have been a taxpayer in the city for over 40 years, and I want my tax dollars invested in prevention, not the costly aftermath of poor decision-making. I would also like to see the city follow through on its promise to issue real fines to backyard breeders who continue to contribute to the problem without accountability. Thank you for your time and listening. And I would also like to ask, since I still have a little time, do you mind if we get on the agenda for next month's meeting and see where we are at?
We're probably not going to respond to that, but thank you for providing those comments. They'll be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sarah Wisham? Okay, thank you very much. Maria Alvarez Garcia? Not here, no, it's okay. Mana Martinez? Is it Maria? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It came to Maria. That makes more sense. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. So, my name is Lisa, and I'm a resident of the east side of Fresno. For years, I've been feeding stray dogs in my neighborhood on my own with my own money, $10,000, and helping care for pets belonging to unhoused residents. Whenever funding allowed, I did what I could to get these animals spayed and neutered because I've seen firsthand, because as you know, I am on the streets. I don't go to shelters. I'm in the neighborhood walking around, talking to people and talking with the houseless. I'm not, I don't do like rescue foster. I'm boots to the ground. So I do what I can to get the animals spayed and neutered because I've seen firsthand what happens when we don't. The numbers keep growing, council members, if you could just understand, and the suffering is just getting worse. I was fortunate enough to cross paths with these amazing people from the founders of California Spay, and I've since joined forces with them to promote spay and neuter services. I help sign people up. I use my car, my money, I'm gonna cry, and I make sure dogs get to their appointments. What I see on the east side is devastating. Dogs roaming the streets, unaltered, multiplying, and falling through the cracks. I've committed myself to helping both the animals and the people of my community, and California Spay has committed to helping me do that work. But we can't do this alone, folks. We can't. I'm here today urging the city to please and thank you, release funding for spay and neuter so this work can continue and expand. This is prevention, this is humane, and this is one of the most effective ways to address the animal crisis in our city. While y'all were having lunch and it was all gravy, I left to go feed dogs. I had a mama, 5 babies, a mama, 6 babies. I fed while everybody was chilling. I smashed out of here and I went and I fed. I clothed homeless people with my friend Cass, and I gave dog food and peanut butter jelly sandwiches. I do what I can. I'm only one person. Please and thank you if you could help these people to help me. What we could do in numbers is amazing. God bless everybody.
Thank you so much. Next, we have, I'm just going to pronounce the last name. The last name is Newton. What is the first name?
Sharia.
Sharia. Got it.
Hi, I'm Sharia Newton, and I live in Mr. Richardson's neck of the woods in his area, and we've had some wonderful discussion this afternoon, so I thank you for your time, sir. I am also here about the spay and neuter issue that we have in Fresno. I've lived in Fresno practically my whole life, since '79, and my parents are hardworking immigrants, and one of the things that I've learned is the love of animals. And so for me, being able to have my own animals and to be able to go out and enjoy the park and everything in a safe manner is very important to me. What has come to my attention in my area now is we've started to have packs of dogs, and we've had people dropping off dogs and just dumping them in our area, which is of major concern because not only am I concerned for my safety, but I have a 94-year-old mother who likes to walk in our neighborhood also, and she uses a walker. And in this general area where we live, there are many assisted living communities and long-term care facilities. So, you know, I'd like to see some change happen with spay and neutering. I'd like to see some more some law enforcement go into, you know, what we can do for dogs, you know, and for animals that come in. Some enforcement with just strays and with picking up animals that are deceased. Because while we have, you know, Go Fresno, we call them, and sometimes dogs sit, like this gentleman back here said, you know, for 3 days. You know, we want to see action too. We are taxpayers. We want to see action when it comes to the band of dogs running around. We want to see action when it comes to spay and neutering. And also my other concern is with Mr. Arias, with your area.
I apologize. If you can direct your comments to me as the chair, please.
Okay.
With the area. Gotcha.
My concern is we also attend the Lao Buddhist Temple on Orange. And when I bring my mother and her little friends that are 90 years old out there, there are people dumping animals left and right on North and Orange. That is unsafe for my mom. And the monks do what they can. The monks have been sheltering these animals. They have been feeding the animals without any help. I have already neutered 3 animals out there for them, out of my pocket. I don't live in that area, but that's the temple that my mom goes to. So we need help. We need a lot of help out here when it comes to spay and neutering, and that's what I'm asking, just like everybody else out here. We need you to understand it's a crisis.
Thank you. Thank you. I have Julie Mendoza, and we have one more card, but if anyone else wants to speak, please do fill out a card, and there's plenty of time to still speak. Julie left? Okay. How about Elena? Thank you, Bonsevitz. Okay.
Hi.
If you speak, she has to speak too. She gets 3 minutes too.
Say hi.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you guys for even allowing her here. I've met Mel through Facebook and everything. I had just adopted a dog not too long ago, seeing her on Facebook, and it was a little dog with a broken leg. So I went to go just meet her. I ended up adopting this dog. They amputated her leg. But while I sat there, I saw people come in there with buckets of puppies, kittens and stuff, and turned away. They were not allowed to leave these animals there at all. So I don't know where they took those animals. Obviously, probably dropping them off in the fields, which these people are talking about. been a long time since I've been around trying to save animals and pick up animals, because I did it for a long time ago. And it's just gotten really bad again. The crisis is real, the animals that are dying, the people that are getting hurt, and I know it's real. I live in the First and Ashland area, and on my road, a gentleman that was probably close to his 90s was walking his little tiny dog, and a pit bull killed his dog. The man could not do anything, and I think the man soon afterwards passed away. And it was probably grief and shock. I mean, he could not do nothing to defend. And there's just, you know, people that have too many dogs. They're not spaying and neutering. They're not giving their shots. We need help. We need these funds to go out. We need to get word to people that this is also available, because I do know that there are vouchers to get spay and neuters done, and people don't know about them. And people didn't even know how many dogs are being euthanized daily and stuff. My dog that I went to just go look at and meet had nobody looking at her, and within 2 days, she would have been euthanized. So they were kind enough to teach me how to foster to adopt. They amputated her leg, and now I have her. She's mine. So.
You have another minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, so she's mine, and she's, you know, not even a year yet and crazy, but I love her. I wasn't going to adopt any more dogs, but now I'm sitting there, I can't even go look at a lot of this stuff anymore because I want to go rescue every one of them. And I can't do that. The funding's not there. You're not allowed to have but so many dogs. And I'm asking you to just find out where these funds can be allocated and put to their best use. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here, say thank you.
You are welcome.
Oh, thank you for the cookies.
Yeah,
too.
of course, no problem.
I don't know if she heard her yell it out to you.
Oh, no problem. Come on, Bernard, get that card. Thank you so much. We are still in unscheduled communication, folks, so if you want to speak, this is your opportunity. Thank you. Thank you for filling out a card. We have Lisa Alvarado. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for meeting with us. I'm a citizen of this community. I'm in District 3 off McKinley and Polk. And over the years, actually my whole life, I've been rescuing dogs, helping, and with the shelter shut down, it's put me in a hardship because I'm over limit on dogs, and people like me are getting ticketed, we're getting cited, and I don't want to be, breaking the law, but where are we supposed to put them? And there's not always vouchers for free spay and neutering. I'm going out of pocket as a single mother, and how am I supposed to leave a dog out to get hit by a car, eaten by coyotes, because I live near the outskirts, I'm trying to teach my son to show compassion towards animals like I have my whole life, and it's created a hardship, and I'm a taxpayer. I would think that animal control would be able to help us out, and 99% of the time they're not. And I really think there should be some more budget for spay and neutering to help our community, because it's creating a hardship for all of us that love animals and don't want to see anything bad to happen to them. And I just really think there should be more allocated funds for the program. I know there's 800 people on the wait list for Spay California, and I think our city should be helping us. I just feel like it's really hard. Every day I drive, there's dogs, and it breaks my heart to be able to not help them, but I'm over limit. I live in a neighborhood. I can't have, so many more. And also, earlier when you guys are speaking to somebody from Fresno Animal Center, she was talking about the health certificates. And I really think that would be something to get on board with, because like myself, if the shelter doesn't take the dog, I'm spending my own money to spay and neuter. So you guys usually provide the vaccines, but I'm trying to rehome them or send them myself up north, and we're trying to get transport. These rescues out of state, they need the dogs to be healthy. And so if that could be provided, it would help a lot of the fosters here in our area to help the dogs too if the city shelter is overrun, You
have another minute.
Okay, thank you.
You have another minute
Okay.
if you want to speak.
That was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We normally don't respond, but since you mentioned you're a single mom and you're going out of pocket a lot, just want to clarify. So we have the Fresno Animal Center, which is City of Fresno. The county has its own facility. But we do actually offer, you have to bring the pet in.
Yeah.
We do free spay and neuter, working with other organizations, and we do vaccines and food as well.
Yeah,
if you ever
so
do need help.
some of the times I've gone, you guys don't provide the food. I had gotten a dog spayed and neutered through them, but there's no follow through. I still have dogs from last year that's in the city of Fresno. Nobody's ever contacted
I'll tell you what we're going to do.
you
I'm going to
know?
make sure that happens. If you can wait, I'll get your information, and we'll make sure that there is that relationship, because I can tell you, when I've sent people out there, they're very good at following up. I want to make sure no one's falling through the system. We'll make sure that gets done, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Des, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, let me lift this thing. Uh-oh, it broke it.
No, it's okay.
Hey, I feel tall now. Okay, that's enough. So yeah, I had a speech for you, Kerbasi. But I kind of changed after I heard all this because, you know, there's a lot of people in this community that work out in the streets. They work with the unhoused, and, you know, what they're saying is true. And I've come to this panel, I think, for many years. I think Miguel's probably the longest one on here that has probably heard me repeatedly talk about how many times I've been out there with the unhoused and how many times we've had baskets, laundry baskets full of puppies and dogs dropped off, literally had pictures brought in, everything. This has been happening for now 10 years that I've been doing advocacy work. I think it's time that you guys need to start listening to the community, because I'd hate for them to come back in another 10 years and speak on how they just heard what they spoke on 10 years ago. So, I mean, I think it's really important also that you guys have the power to make an ordinance that anybody in their home that wants to take in more than 4 dogs to help with the rescue, that you guys can change an ordinance, create an ordinance to make it allowable that the individuals within the city of Fresno, that if they're signed up with a group like this and they're verified that they're out there in the community and they're rescuing and not, breeding and shit. Sorry, my bad. Anyways, breeding, then I think that would be helpful. But you guys have the power to do that, and I don't know why you haven't yet. It's a simple ordinance that's going to help these individuals not break the law, because, see, you know what happens if code enforcement calls you about more than 4 dogs, right? It's $176 a day, and if you don't let them in your front door, you get threatened with a warrant. I don't know if they knew that, but yeah, I just found that out myself, you know, learned the hard way. But it's unfair. There's a lot of us out there in the community that are willing to help, are willing to take these dogs home. I ain't got no damn money. I'm always calling probably these people right here and asking for help with dog food, because I'm always rescuing dogs. The dogs that the community breeds in their homes and then drop off on the streets for us to take care of. This is unfair. You guys have the power to do this today. You made an ordinance, Kerbasi, for yourself. You created a whole policy review committee for yourself without us. So why don't you create an ordinance that allows individuals that want to, within the city of Fresno, where you have the power, to create an ordinance where if individuals want to have more than 4 dogs, they're allowed to, and that they get help with the health, they get help with the dog food. Because best believe, when I'm sharing rice and beans with my dogs that I rescue, it's because I care about them. But when I have you guys knocking on my door, are you guys threatening to give me a warrant to come in my house over some dogs? That's fucked up. That's seriously fucked up. Like, I'm trying to help you prevent having more dogs on the street getting killed, mauling kids, mauling people walking in the orchard fields. You know, like, why punish us for something that we're trying to do to help? I mean, it's something you can do. You have the power.
Thank you, Des. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else wishing to provide public comment during unscheduled communication? This is the last opportunity. I want to make sure everyone has a chance. Okay.
Council President, I would like to do some public comment, just because this issue is somewhat personal to me. I have 3 rescue Chihuahuas and 1 Rottweiler, which I think come under the limit from having to be fined, and 1 rescue cat. But yeah, I know. And some koi fish. Yeah. But here's my challenge. This last year, we had nearly 10,000 animals serviced by the animal shelter. Just the city of Fresno animal shelter, not the county. We have continuously asked owners to follow the rules. We have adjusted fines. We have exhausted every dollar that we have for spay and neutering. I too have gone to a city shelter asking for spay neutering and have to wait months, so I have to go out of pocket for a private vet. We wrestled for months to get a vet dedicated to the city because it's very limited vets in this region. And I wrestled with this idea of our Northern Star was a no-kill shelter, but the public has not responded accordingly. Pet owners have not responded accordingly. They continue to let their animals replicate. They continue not to follow the rules. And they continue to exhaust every single dime we've set aside in the form of millions of dollars every year for this challenge. And they're complex, right? We have the unhoused who have several dogs with them. And we can't just take them. They're personal property. We can't convince them to do certain things. So I wrestle with what the solution is. It seems to me that throwing more money at the problem has not worked. Increasing fines has still not worked for certain people. We continue to see folks dump animals in the open in people's neighborhoods. We now have seen dogs become wild packs and attack people while they're walking in trails and playing in city parks. So I guess what I'm asking for is some level of grace that our folks in the city have tried to do as much as they can with the record amount of resources that we've allocated. But we still have what I would call the human problem. Owners are not being responsible. And you're asking us as government to force the change in behavior or to fully commit more millions of dollars for the prevention side, which I think is important, and we've done a lot of it. But even then, we can't force somebody's animal to be spayed and neutered. We can't force them not to allow the replication and dumping of animals. And this is a city county. Half our city is county jurisdiction. In this vicinity, we have a lot of people from the rural areas that come in to see and dump animals, and vice versa. So I appreciate the passion, and I just don't. I would hope that you guys would also come forward with some very reasonable proposals, knowing that everybody, including yourselves, every advocate that I've met in the world of animal care has done way more than they should, out of pocket, at their home, at their place. And it seems that we just continue to make up for the failures of our neighbors who are not doing the basics. So I'm open to modifications, adjustments, but I'm also realistic. We don't have another $10 million to give to this problem. And so, no, and so I ask you, as you proceed forward and as we prepare our budget in June, that you come forward with some reasonable requests that we can entertain. Reasonable request, right? Because we also have other obligations, fire, police, water, parks, that are equally important too. So I'm open to any suggestions, and I welcome them as we prepare our budget, but I also ask you to be gracious to our city staff who are doing the best they can with what they have.
Thank you so much. One last opportunity. If you haven't spoken yet, I'll come down and talk to you afterwards. You have a question about our structure? What's your question?
I have a question about the structure.
Yes.
Because he said he welcomes it. So do you want us to email you? Do you want us
Yes,
to call
please.
you directly?
Please do that. Yeah. And you can also, yeah, if you want to email the different offices, it's the district and the number, or clerk@fresno.gov, and she'll forward it to us. Thank you. Anyone else for, yes, come on forward, sir. You'll have 3 minutes. It's okay, you're fine. Just if you would state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
My name is Brian Kelly. I also want to put that I believe not helping these dogs also has an impact on the unhoused community as well, because the majority of the shelters do not allow you to have certain dogs, or these dogs, and you can't go into the shelters if you have that. So I think maybe figuring out something to do with that would be good. But that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else wishing to comment? Okay. At this point, then, we're going to close unscheduled communication. I want to thank our law enforcement in the back for being here to keep us safe. Thank you for that. And we're going to, I believe that's all the items on our agenda today. We will adjourn our meeting at 3:39 p.m. For those of you that waited so long, thank you for being patient. I'll come right down.